Hey everybody. Yesterday we did a bunch of experiments and we really kind of even set aside not just the idea of chasing a symptom, but we even set aside the idea of following a pattern. And, the idea was to kind of, I don't know, breathe deeper into the body or into the emotions or in the mind. And, today we're going to be talking about conditions, but I kind of still want to emphasize the thing that we were doing yesterday. And if you think about like how we talk about trauma loops, for example, you know, the mind sees trauma in a very particular way. The emotions, we feel something, but the body perceives trauma incredibly different than the mind. And the body just sees trauma as the things that it had to do and how it had to adjust to get through the situation or that moment. And then there's the aftermath. And the aftermath usually turns out to be some sort of loop. And what happens is then certain stimuli will then trigger that loop, and we don't think about it, we don't choose it, it just plays out. It's like you pushed play on a CD player or an old cassette player, and it's going to play those songs, no matter what, because it's been set in motion, right? And so we talk about the idea of intellect being very repetitive, right? It's repetitive and it maintains something. And the expression of that in the body is homeostasis. It maintains the body. It tries to maintain some sort of balance, and it does it through, the different cycles in the body, and so it's a form of repetition. So as weird as it sounds, sometimes when we have a health issue, especially a chronic health issue, part of what we're dealing with is a kind of loop. Is the body able to break out of that loop? And if it's been there long enough, pretty soon the body just owns it and goes, well, this is just what we do, right? And it sounds weird, but the nervous system doesn't really go, this is good for me, this is bad for me. Long term, I shouldn't do this, long term, I shouldn't do that. It's just trying to get through the moment, right? It's just trying to survive for a little bit longer, right? And so when we have these weird health issues, the body tries to adjust for a little bit, but then it goes, okay, we have to still function. We still have to be able to get up and walk. We need to be able to run. We need to be able to feed ourselves. We need to be able to function on some level. So let's just integrate this and maintain this and just keep the ball moving, right? So then what starts to happen is we get into an area where we have a chronic health issue. Like here, we're talking about the respiratory system. But say it's like chronic levels of mucus, chronic levels of, asthma, chronic, some chronic thing. Um, maybe every year you have a bad respiratory issue or you get bronchitis every year. It doesn't always have to be a constant, but it's like always a constant potential, right? And so part of what we're trying to do is not just treat the symptom, but we're trying to shift the body. And, when we were talking about all the vibrational classes, I mean, that was some of the things that we were approaching is like how to shift the body rather than just always chasing a symptom. And just because we resolve a symptom doesn't mean that the underlying issue is resolved. It just means that maybe a symptom has been quieted down for a little while, right? And so then we can even look at it from the point of view of like, well, we'll improve the system. And that also can be quite helpful. I mean, there's times to chase symptoms. Like there are times. And then there's times to really go after a system. But if you really step back and you go, okay, like that pain in my knee, that pain in my shoulder, that breathing issue that I have, or that digestive issue that I have, really deeper, what is the cause or what is the source? Like, how can I heal this on a deeper level? And we come back to the idea of the loops. You have these loops within your body. It's part of how your body functions. It functions in a series of cycles or a series of loops. Some of them are good, some of them are not so good, right? And so if you think about how we talk about intellect and intuition, right? Intellect is about repetition and maintaining something. It's always based on past experiences, indirect experiences, like things that you've learned from other people or from a book or something you've memorized, but it's not through direct experience, right? And then you think of intuition as something where something can shift, something new happens, something spontaneous happens. And if you look at it from the point of view of the mind, it's beyond the senses, right? It's beyond the senses. So another way of saying that is that these loops are like a form of uh, being unconscious, unconsciousness in the body, right? And you could even say intellect because it's just running on the past. It's just past experiences. It's just things that have come from other people or indirect experiences. It's a form of being unconscious, right? When you go beyond the senses, you're having to expand your consciousness, right? To be able to have that experience. You're breaking out of the loop. And if you look at the idea of healing in the body, it is about bringing soul energy, or a different way of saying that is you're bringing consciousness to that area, right? So that whole idea of what we were experiencing and experimenting with yesterday, we were doing kind of like how we do like some of the psychological work where like, okay, feel it in the body, now observe it. You're shifting from unconscious to conscious, right? And so, you know, like I said, there's a time and a place to do symptom-oriented treatment. There's a time and a place to do patterns. There's a time and a place. They can relatively produce a result. But the times that they really don't produce a result is when we just mechanically go through them and we don't do them with conscious awareness, right? The more conscious you are as you do the pattern, the more potent it becomes. And so that idea that we did yesterday is we really didn't do patterns. We just did that thing with like, okay, feel it in the body, feel that area, feel what's going on, feel areas of pain in your body and bring awareness to that. And so when you're bringing awareness to a particular area, part of what you're doing is you're bringing consciousness to that part of the body. And so even with something like these respiratory issues, right? You know, they're in the involuntary part of the nervous system. You don't have to go, okay, I got to remember to inhale. I got to remember to exhale. Note to myself, I got to inhale, exhale. It just happens, right? But when there starts to be some sort of dysfunction in that area, the thing that's going to help resolve it is breaking out of that pattern. Like you could say dis-ease is just a kind of pattern that is causing the body to degenerate. It's causing some sort of dysfunction, right? And so the way that we break out of a trauma loop is by putting our awareness on it and bringing consciousness to it. And so the idea of healing a particular area, be it that it's just a physical thing going on, right, is we try to bring consciousness to that area, right? So with that, here we're talking about conditions, and here we're talking about symptoms. Like, okay, like we're going to do mucus right off the bat. Okay, so I have mucus in my nose, I have mucus in my lungs, I have mucus in my throat, whatever it might be, right? I mean, that's something that most people kind of struggle with. Maybe not all the time, but from time to time. Maybe not just cold and flu season. You might have allergies, or you might have like a sensitivity to a food. When you eat it, like mucus gets produced, right? And so part of that production of mucus is also still tied to these loops, and it's still tied to, yes, there is the mechanisms that produce the mucus, but it's also tied to the nervous system, maybe in some sort of pattern or loop that allows or even facilitates that to happen. That's the thing with homeostasis. It starts making these trades, right? Of this is happening and this is happening. So if I pull some energy from here and we diminish some function in here, I can balance all of this out, right? And so how do we reset that? And it's just like how we do the thing with we feel it in the body. And so we're going to talk about mucus, and we're talking about it from a very symptom oriented perspective, right? But as we go through and we start to treat it, I really I had patterns all laid out in this, and I was like, I think it's time to go a little deeper. We've talked about the respiratory system a lot. Let's integrate, the mystical practices aren't just about like Om and God and whatever. It's still about like bringing consciousness into the areas of the body. The patterns help, but at some point, even the intellect kind of goes, yeah, 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 yeah. We've done this a bunch of times. Let's just go through it. And it starts to kind of phone it in, so to speak. And so it's always good to kind of mix it up a little bit. So I went back through and I pulled out all the patterns. And I want to do a thing where we practice like body awareness as we go through and we treat these different conditions. Because if you can get body awareness down, then when you go back to do the patterns become very, very potent. If there's not very much body awareness, then they'll produce some sort of result. But depending on the level of awareness, you can almost say that's the level or degree that it produces a result, right? We might not always be aware of what the result is, but it puts something in motion in the body, right? So at the top of page 42 is mucus. And the conditions start on page 14. And, there are several conditions that you can look up. I tried to give an explanation of what it is. I tried to give an idea of what symptoms might look like so that you can identify or troubleshoot. But we're also going to do a practice with awareness on this. So if you look at the top of page 42, mucus. And I think we all know what mucus is, but there's a definition there, and there's kind of like the structure and composition of what mucus is. I know you guys were all really like, oh, what is mucus made of? It's a weird topic, but and then it gives you the idea of like why the body produces mucus, right? But then, like we kind of talked about this yesterday, about mid-page on 43, there's the different kinds of mucus. If you're having a little bit of a sinus issue or you're having a lung issue and you're coughing up a little bit of mucus, you can look at the mucus and kind of see where you're at. Is it clear? Is it white? Is it yellow? Is it green? Does it have a little blood in it? Is it brown? Is it thick? And so each one kind of has an explanation of what that means. I find this incredibly helpful, like when troubleshooting a potential issue with some sort of respiratory issue. Mucus also gets produced in the gut. And so we have mucus, we can have like how we have congested sinuses, you can have congested digestive tract with mucus. And so, mucus isn't just a respiratory issue, right? But you can see the causes: infection, allergies, asthma, COPD, reflux, and then when to seek medical attention. It's all kind of written out for you there. I think the thing with with getting sick, COVID really changed things. Where before you're like, yeah, I just got a bad flu or a bad cold or something, and you're like, well, maybe if it's bronchitis or maybe if it's like pneumonia, I'll go in. Or if the sinus infection just doesn't go away and it just gets super annoying, I'll go in. And then COVID happened, and then you're like, I got a little mucus. Is it COVID? Like, I think we all have a little PTSD from that. You know, I joke about this, but remember, like, all through COVID, we still were traveling a little bit and everything, and we did test positive for COVID, but we didn't have any symptoms. But then, we still did the thing where we isolated and everything. But uh, I know, like a couple of years ago or a year ago, like I got sick and like I had mucus in my lungs, and I did a bunch of COVID tests and all of them were negative. And I was like, I gotta go to the doctor. I gotta make sure that I don't have pneumonia or COVID or, whatever it is. And the doctor just looked at me. He's like, you got a cold or a flu? Like, why are you here? And I was just like, yeah, I don't have pneumonia, right? He's like, no. Like, I went through the whole list. And I was like, okay, I'm just making sure. And so, I was doing the stuff that I needed to, but, before COVID, I never would have done that. But like, I cracked myself up. I was like, yeah, there's probably a little bit of PTSD there. Not because I got sick, but I definitely had family members who got sick, and but anyway, so with that, I did applications, so there's different ways of doing it, but we're going to do sustained inhalation. Um, Different things work different ways, right? So there's a big list of oils here that will work for mucus related conditions. And there's also a blend just called mucus, right? But let's talk about them. We're going to do a practice, but let's just talk about them for a little bit. You have things that are kind of like an expectorant, or they just break down mucus. So out of all of that, Anula is probably the king of like breaking up mucus, right? Anula works really super good. It is the strongest mucolytic in the essential oil realm. In the herbal realm, it's up there. It goes by a different name, but it's up there, right? We label it as Anula, but in the health food store, if you can find it, it's called by a different name. And then something like helichrysum, it can have like a thinning effect on mucus. So like if it's really like thick and sticky and you're having a hard time getting it out and you blow your nose, even though there's a ton of mucus up in your nose, um, nothing really comes out. Like it needs to be thinned down somewhat, right? And part of the issue is that we really don't have the greatest circulation in our sinuses to begin with. You know, Even super healthy sinuses, you don't have the greatest circulation there. That's why, like, if you have a sinus infection, you take antibiotics. Usually it takes a few cycles of antibiotics to knock it out because, the antibiotics don't get delivered up into that area, so it doesn't get resolved. So you have to do like lots. So think of it like this. Mucus is a breeding ground for bacteria, and it definitely makes your body more susceptible to viruses. But if there's mucus there for a long period of time, even if it's just allergies, bacteria is on its way. It's like the vultures that, start circling the roadkill on the road. Like if you have a bunch of mucus, the bacteria vultures are starting to circle that area going, let's wait for the good time and we'll go down and start doing our thing, right? And so it's always good, regardless of the cause, to keep mucus regulated. I mean, there are times sometimes where we might have like that area might be too dried out, right? But most times we have too much, right? You know, and so, going into allergy season, going into cold and flu season, anytime that you have any sort of mucus also puts a strain on the respiratory tract. Not only does it put a strain on your respiratory tract, but then you have to start straining to breathe through the mucus. So then your neck has to work harder to elevate the rib cage. Your diaphragm starts to go into a spasm. And then also what happens when the diaphragm goes into a spasm is now you've increased tension along your spine. So at some point, your body starts getting stiffer. You don't move around as well. If you have a back issue, a hip issue, or a leg issue, it becomes aggravated. It's like this chain reaction, this chain of events that will continue to magnify problems in other areas of the body just because you have mucus. It's not just a symptom of like, oh, I've got mucus. It's like, yes, there's mucus, but what is it doing to your body? Like it's doing a whole chain of events that you might not put two and two together, right? But it's happening. And so we want to be able to unwind that, but also usually mucus is a reflection that the body is in a stress state. Like there's something going on where there's stress. And when I say stress, it's usually some sort of mechanical stress. It's not like, ugh, something emotional, like, oh, why can't this thing, get done at work or this person in my family, that can contribute. But usually you start looking at it, you step back, you go, okay, maybe there's poor sleep, maybe there's a little anxiety, maybe fill in the blank, you know. Mucus can even get generated by having a bad back. There's actually um, uh, immune cells on the sciatic nerve. And so if there's some sort of weird compromise of the sciatic nerve, it produces an allergic reaction. And so you can have a bunch of mucus because your back hurts a little bit, right? So the mucus isn't always just I have allergies. It could be a whole wide range of things. Mucus is also trying to protect the mucous membranes, keep them moist. There could be some issue in the immune system, but even if we just look at it as like, how do we address the mucus production in the body? How do we regulate that? A lot of times it's going to have a much greater impact than just I can breathe good. Like you're also unwinding some mechanical stresses in the body. It could be from traumas. It could be from body misalignments. Mechanical stress could be you have an elevated hip and an elevated shoulder, or something's rotated, causes mechanical stress, and then eventually sinuses. It could be that I sit at a desk for 12 hours a day in a position and have to hold my arms in a particular way. And, you know, I might not be doing stressful work, but my body's in a stressful position. Eventually, mucus. Like, it doesn't have to be allergies. It doesn't have to be just a cold or a flu. It's a reflection of something that is going on in the body, that it's generating some sort of mechanical stress, right? Mechanical meaning there's something going on in the body somewhere, right? And so with that, like I notice on myself, um, y- you know, like if I'm traveling and I start getting tired, we had that like in the last time we traveled, our flight started getting delayed a whole bunch, like almost not quite a whole day, but almost a day. And just sitting at the airport and running around and everything, that if I hit like this certain level of fatigue, ugh, my back starts hurting, my shoulder starts hurting, and I get super mucusy. Like basically, I'm tired and I'm still having to push, which causes mechanical stress, and then my body just starts going to crap. And now that I'm older, I recognize it, and I'm just like, okay, I have to sit down. I have to calm down my body. I have to, like, I have to take it out of a stress state, because otherwise, I'm not gonna be able to breathe through my nose. I'm not gonna be able to pick up a bag because my back starts hurting, and it's all just because of a stress response. And it wasn't that anything bad happened. Plane got delayed, but I mean, that's not necessarily stressful. It's annoying, right? Like like I'd like to get home at a certain time, but it's not necessarily stressful. But all the little things that happen along with that, and then you throw fatigue on it, and then the body is much more likely to go in a stress state. So even the idea of poor sleep, or you're not rested, or the body's a little run down and there's some fatigue there, you're going to be more susceptible to a stress response, but you're going to be more susceptible to mucus. You're going to be more susceptible to a backache. You're going to be more susceptible to a pain syndrome. You're going to be more susceptible to a digestive issue, whatever it might be. And so the idea of kind of what we were doing yesterday, where we were doing those experiments, is to not just go after the symptom, but to try to shift the body out of these loops, so that if you get a little tired, that everything just doesn't go to crap, you know? And my body's better than it used to be, but I still have to stay on top of it. Just life happens, age happens, injuries have happened over the years. There's a lot of factors in there. So, as long as I stay on top of it, I do kind of okay, and I'm able to recognize it. But at the same time, if I ignored it, if I was acting in an unconscious way, uh, health could go downhill very quickly, right? And so part of this is also the ability to recognize the warning signs. Like, hey, I'm starting to go to my bad place. I need to not do that. You know, like when we were traveling that day, like I said to Samantha, like, I'm going to my bad place. I just have to sit here for a couple of minutes and like calm the body down. And I start taking oils and certain herbs that like strengthen the body, but also like I know if I'm tired, I'm going to start having inflammation. I'm just going to start having all these things. So I started treating it before it even started happening, right? Or it was probably already happening, but I tried to slow it down. So this is the idea that I'd like to have as we approach these different conditions. It's not just like let's eradicate this condition and get back to what we're doing. It's an opportunity to bring more consciousness to that area of your body. And in doing so, it helps to heal that area. and it also helps to prevent it from happening like deeper or more significantly or even happening at all, right? Depending on the level or degree of the issue, right? So when we go through and treat, we want to look at what are these potential issues and like doing that awareness. So, like I said, there's things that you can use to break down the mucus. You have something like helichrysum that thins it down. Lemon, it's on there. It helps to liquefy the mucus. It's probably a better long-term treatment. Um, it produces a short-term effect, but that would probably be more under the realm of prevention rather than immediate treatment. But if it's all you had, it's all you had, I'd still use it, right? Now, there's a couple that I really like. Anula, very good for breaking down mucus. Terebinth, right? Terebinth and types of pine, but especially terebinth, are very good for drying out mucus, right? Like when you have like a lot of wet mucus or it's like it's running and terebinth has the potential to dry things out, right? Now, sometimes the runny nose is because the sympathetic nerve is very overstimulated, right? So sometimes we might need to throw other things at it. But if it's just a simple runny nose or liquidy mucus, you have mucus in the lungs that you're trying to dry out. Terebinth is really good for that. I would inhale it, I would put it on the chest, I'd put it on ointment, however you want to do. Um, Peppermint will help to open up the sinuses, right? Pepper, especially black pepper, but any of the peppers will help, like when the mucus is thick and sticky, will help it to run to get out of the nasal passages, especially the nasal passages. And I would say the same for thyme. Like if you inhale thyme, it kind of increases the blood flow, and then all that sticky mucus way up deep starts to run out, right? And so you're able to blow your nose and kind of clear your nose. And if there's infection, you know, it's helpful with the infection. Now, when there's when there's really chronic mucus and when there's mucus that just, how like sometimes you're taking stuff and it's just like, it's just not working, right? It's not, the mucus isn't breaking up. It's still staying thick and sticky. Um, Mugwort is actually surprisingly effective in treating really chronic mucus related issues. And so, you just kind of inhale it, you breathe into different areas, and mugwort can actually be quite good, especially if there's a lot of like thick, heavy mucus either in the nose or in the lungs, and you're just like, I can't get it to move. Like, a lot of times, like say you use something like a Anula, right, that breaks it down. Sometimes I'll use like mugwort and a Anula to get it to start moving, and then the Anula will help break it up. But if you're inhaling it and it's thick, it only penetrates so much into that area, right? So sometimes you got to use a combination of things. So the thing that I like, and you've heard me talk about this before, is rotating things sometimes just to see if like you can get things moving. Because, each oil, yes, they all treat mucus, but they all have their personalities and they all do somewhat different things. And, it's not as predictable as like this does this does that, because you have to take into account body types and the condition of the immune system and the age of the person. And, there's so many factors that it's hard to say that this will produce this result. It's like, yes, it will produce a result, but it's going to be different from person to person. So we do have to have a little bit more of that awareness of how things are working so that we can adjust and adapt, right? Even as we bring consciousness to the body, we want to have consciousness in the mind of being able to go like, okay, the mucus is kind of resolving, the mucus is breaking down. And so, back in the old days when I would see people in person, and I was always having a lot of new people come to me, or I was working with a group and they were sending me certain kind of very specific conditions. A lot of times, what I would do is I would ask them lots of questions. I would just ask them lots of questions where they would have to think about it, like check in with their body and then answer, right? And part of what that was, a lot of times I already knew the answers, but I was helping them to have better levels of body awareness so that as we treated it, that they, for one, they're bringing consciousness to that area of the body, but two, they could also see like, hey, it's getting a little bit better. Because when we're unconscious, it's like either better or it's not. Like my favorite example of this was I was working on this lady, she was in excruciating pain. And I was like, on a scale of 1 to 100, where's it at? And it was like, I don't know, 94 or something. And so I doing healing on her, doing healing on her, doing healing on her. And I was like, how do you feel? She's like, still there. I was like, okay, doing healing on her. And I was like, man, I could really see the shifts in the body. And I'd go, okay, how do you feel? And like, still there. And I was like, boy, energetically, I go, in my head, I'm like, it must take a while for the healing to manifest in her. Because usually what I was seeing, it would already be manifesting. And then I go, really, it's still there? And she goes, yep, still there. And I go, well, on the scale of 1 to 100, it was 94. Where's it at now? She's like, 2. I was like, well, okay, yes, it's still there. But out of 1 to 100, we went from a 94 to a 2. That's some progress, right? And she was like, still there. It's still there. I was like, I get that, but it's getting better. And she goes, but it's still there. But still, I get it. Like she wanted it to be back to like that there was nothing. But it's not always just a one thing and then it's gone. But that's how the intellect sees it. And that is very not being conscious of the body. It's just like, nope, there's still something that's, bugging my mind. Like, right? And so even the idea of watching something getting better over a period of time is being more conscious, not just like, nope, still mucusy, but it's like, yeah, mucusy, but it's getting better. I'm able to blow my nose, get things out. I'm coughing stuff up. It's getting better. I can take a deeper breath. I'm sleeping okay. Like before, I had to sit up because I couldn't lay down because there's so much mucus in my lungs. You start to see like, okay, I'm going down the right track, or I'm starting to go to my bad place. Ugh, I got to be careful because I'm about to get really sick or be really miserable or whatever that might be. And so as we go through and we talk about the conditions, I want to have the approach of that we do like a kind of body awareness, like that we've did all day yesterday. And we kind of go through and not just check in with like if there's mucus in the sinuses, we check in there, but like check in with other parts of the body because other parts of the body might be contributing, maybe not in a direct way, but in an indirect way, to this idea of mucus. If we look at it from the point of view of mechanical stress, you know, uh, bad back, bad shoulder, excruciating pain, and all of a sudden your nose is all stopped up. It could be from injuries. It could be from digestive issues. It could be from fill in the blank, you know. And so we want to be a little bit of an explorer of our body and find where are there these loops. And if we eradicate them, not only does it make our mind calmer and clearer. Not only does it calm the emotions, but it accelerates the body's ability to heal, right? And from a holistic approach, rather than a symptom-oriented approach, we're looking at the body as a whole. Everything has a potential for contributing, even though in our mind it's just like this does that. Yes, that there is that is a thing, but there's also other things as well. That's not the only thing, right? And so, um, yeah, so let's go through and experiment with this. And so the kit for purchase, you have hyssop decumbens. That will work well. You also have eucalyptus dives or dives. Usually I say dives. That would work. Um, I would say even didn't we have Siberian fur in that kit or no? Yeah, so it's not listed, but Siberian fur, I'd put it in there. And did we put Ravent Sara in there as well?
Yes.
So Ravent Sara, probably a little bit more for sinuses rather than just mucus like in the lungs. But there's Raven Sara and then there's Ravent Sara, right? And they're both very antiviral. The names are really close. Why somebody named them so close is like, I don't know. Somebody didn't send the other one a memo or something. But they're both antiviral. They're both good for kind of cleaning up the body, what you would call like terrain treatment, which means it's just like a good like tonic for the body, right? Very good for balancing out the nervous system and very good for treating kind of forms of fatigue. But Ravent with a T, Ravensara, um, is a little bit more specific to the respiratory tract. Ravensara will work on the respiratory tract, but it's a little bit more specific to the whole body. They're kind of similar, but Ravensara has like kind of specialized for respiratory related issues, and Ravensara or Ravensara, right? Good for like the whole body, body treatments. And so, like for shingles, for example, I use Ravensara, not Ravensara. Ravensara would still have an effect, but Ravensara is so much better, you know. And so, there's little nuances, but you're using what you have in front of you. And so pull out one of these oils, Ami Visnaga, basil, black pine, black spruce, cinnamon, a form of eucalyptus, helichrysum, any form of hyssop, anula, lemon, marjoram, mugwort, neoli, some form of pepper, peppermint, sitka, terebinth, thuya, some form of thyme, or the blend mucus or respiratory protection. So a bunch of choices there for you. So before we really get rolling, notice your sinuses and also notice your lungs. It's going to be harder to feel mucus in your lungs unless you have a bunch of like mucus that you're trying to hack out, but trust me, it's there, you know. So sometimes even reducing mucus in conditions like asthma will actually improve the asthma. It will, there's different kinds of asthma, but you know, a lot of times asthma is the body's fatigued or there's allergies or there's something, right? And so we want the body just to function better. So check in with the lungs, check in with your throat, check in with your sinuses, and then check in with the rest of your body. Mm. Just observe. Just as you start to observe, the healing's are already starting to happen before you even start inhaling the oil. Just the observation kind of starts a process. So, one of the things, like when there's sinus issues, for example, I check the jaws, like in myself. I'm like, okay, are my jaws really tight? Is my neck really tight? Like, is my breath like short and rapid? Is it like what's happening? Like, what's the level of issue that I'm dealing with? I'll give you another example. Like people that, not all of them, but some of them that had like long COVID. Um, One of the questions that I would ask is, do you have low back pain and are your legs going numb? You'd be surprised at how many people said yes. And I was like, did you have a problem before? No. But it's because the mucus and the lungs and the sinuses were so compromised that they weren't able to take deep breaths. They were breathing really short and rapid, increased tension in the spine, and it was this chain reaction that had turned into, like, low back issues. Legs were feeling numb, especially in the thigh, more cramping in the calves. Okay, so whatever oil that you have, we're not even going to direct it to an area in the body. We're going to play with those experiments that we did yesterday and kind of what I said this morning. And just begin inhaling in through your nose, out through your mouth. And then after about 20 breaths, just be still. Yeah, just being still. Okay, again, you're not directing it anywhere, but just take another about 20 inhalations, nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're just inhaling and exhaling. You're not directing it anywhere. What do you notice in your body? So let's start by not necessarily on our sinuses, but just start putting your awareness on your face. Put your awareness on your face and start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. How's that feel? And then after about 20, just let it go. Okay, now go a little bit deeper into the sinuses. Like, where do you feel it above your eyes, below your eyes, or like deeper in that nasal cavity? And then after you're done, just be still. So if you just do awareness on your head, where else do you feel something in your head? Is it still in your face or is it in your jaws? Do you feel it in your temple? An area to check is also not necessarily just like the sinus area, but just like the whole forehead. Like, where do you feel something in the forehead? Like, sometimes even just like rubbing your forehead will actually start to have an impact on the sinuses. So just check in with your head. Where do you feel it? And wherever you feel it, your awareness is there, and you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're using the oil, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths coming off you. Yeah. He's starting to feel like, okay, so we're not done, but like I keep looking over at Samantha because she's making these faces and everything. And first she goes, the stress is just coming off of me. And then she said, what, your low back is starting to relax. Yeah. And you know, it's the chicken and the egg thing. Like, okay, maybe the sinuses cause the back pain, maybe the back, or I don't know what it's pain, it's just tight, right? So, like the back tension, or did the back tension cause the sinus issue? Who knows, you know? And if we figure it out, I don't know that it changes anything. They're both there, right? And so, the more you kind of do it with awareness, your body's shifting out of that unconscious state and processes automatically start to improve. Like, even the form of healing is like how we do with or without oils, where you just go, okay, where do I feel it in my body? What's going on? And it's not just, I'm going to go to my achy spot, I'm going to go to my bad knee. What else do I got going on? You know? And as you start to unwind the body, you start to notice, like, oh, I feel a little calmer, I feel a little peaceful, I feel a little better. Oh, it doesn't hurt as much. Like, but if you keep going down that rabbit hole, every condition is multifaceted. It's not just a symptom, it's multifaceted. So if we know that it's multifaceted, then let's start looking at some of the other facets, right? And so we don't think about, like, here we did the face for sinus issues. If you work the face, rather than just going to the sinuses, if you work the face, it takes a bunch of tension out of the sinuses, and all of a sudden your sinuses start working better, you know? And then you go, well, there's some tension on my forehead, or there's some tension in my temples, or the side of my head, or you know what, my neck's kind of tight. Like, and you just start unwinding it, and all of a sudden you're like, okay, I'm breathing better. Like, ugh. And not only am I breathing better, my back doesn't feel as tight as it did, or I don't feel stressed out about something. And, now when I go to sleep at night, God, I'm knocked out. Right. And so, here we were kind of exploring a kind of sinus thing, but let's look at the throat and the potential bronchioles. So before you even start inhaling, we kind of did a little bit of a version of this yesterday. Before you start inhaling, just keep your awareness on your throat and notice your throat. Okay? And begin inhaling with your awareness on your throat. You're just taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then after about 20, be still. And you're just letting go. Check in with your whole neck, but also check in with your whole body. Where do you feel something in your body? Do you feel something in your back? Feel something in your legs, in your chest, your jaws? Does some issue or thought keep arising in your mind? It could even be not of the body, it could be a situation. Maybe we have allergies to a pollen or a fungus. Maybe we have allergies to a person. There's a kind of thing that is the truth, you know? So wherever you feel something in the body, it could be the neck, it could be the throat, it could be your hip, whatever it is, wherever you feel something, your awareness is there. Observe it for a moment. And then with that same oil, start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, when you're done, be still. Your awareness is on your lungs. Feel your lungs. Be aware of your lungs. Be conscious of your lungs. Okay? Take long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your lungs. About 20 inhalations, and then just let it go. Now, if you check in with your body, check in with your whole rib cage, your torso, the tops of your shoulders, your back. Basically, check in with your whole body. Where are you feeling something? Might be in your head. Who knows? Just check in with your body. Where do you feel something? Wherever you feel something, your awareness is there, you're observing it, and now start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're just being still. Mm. Check in with your body. How's that being? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Spine's feeling good. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. So, how about we might still do a little bit more of it, but let's go ahead and share some experiences and ask questions. And you can unmute yourself, type in, and we might not be done with this. I don't know. We'll see. Even after lunch, we'll do it with another process. But this idea of mucus, for example, mucus is on a superficial level a very simple thing to like I need to eradicate it. But when you really look at it from a whole body perspective, just the treating of mucus can be quite profound. Mhm.
Because, like I was just saying, it was like, I mean, just kind of chasing it all the way down, right? 'Cause
Mhm.
we started in the head
Mhm.
and then in the neck and then kind of just to the throat and then through the lungs. The first place when we first checked in with the spine was right, the spine right behind the lungs, right?
Mhm.
And then just kind of went all the way through. So I've got long issues, right?
Mhm.
So I've got chunky bits every once in a while, like the
Mhm.
congealed kind of
Sure,
stuff
yeah,
that
yeah.
will kind of come up from time to time.
Mhm.
So is that with the mugwort anula piece
Yeah,
kind of a
yeah.
good way to go after it?
Yeah, so like he's saying that he has like some lung issues and he has like kind of like just randomly you'll have like kind of chunky mucus and that's actually quite common. Depending on air quality, where you live, whatever. And
The congealed stuff kind of thing.
yeah,
Yeah.
and so Anula and like even like eucalyptuses and things will help break that up. Anula is by far the best.
Okay.
And then the helichrysum can like thin it down and make it a little bit more refined and also will reduce some inflammation. But then things like terebinth and pine, like used kind of regularly, will dry up some of that mucus, and they're like a respiratory tonic. Like they just make your lungs and your respiratory tract more your lungs than your sinuses, but they still will work on the sinuses, but they make the lungs like function better. And so
Terebinth and pine.
yeah, terebinth, Sylvester pine. I actually like to throw black pine at it
Okay.
sometimes, but if there's infection, I might throw white pine at it. White pine's a little bit better for improving immune function and things. And so, uh, you know, even like Omi Visnaga from time to time can like help to like open up the chest and
Which one?
it's called Omi Visnaga. It's in the list. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, let him inhale that for a little bit. Like, yeah. And so, you can throw some different things at it. I mean, even the thing like if you have tight bronchioles and there's inflammation, and even like if you have a little bit of like COPD or something like that, German chamomile actually can be very helpful. Yeah, you can take it internal and you can inhale it, but like the more you kind of unwind these things, the more that the body, uh, like the practice that we just did, instead of just firing through a chakra pattern or just going after like this treats this symptom, you're really bringing consciousness or awareness to the body, which is another way of saying you're bringing life force to an area, and in doing so, the body starts functioning better in that area. And so if you're helping the body to do what it does, it's going to be much more profound than what your mind thinks needs to happen. Like, I need to get rid of this mucus, and your body goes, I hear you, mucus, but there's a whole list. Oh my God, that's just one of the things on the list. I have a list. But your mind is like, yeah, I got to get rid of this mucus. At least that's the way my mind sounds. And so as you go through and you start exploring these things, it's interesting how these different things in our body are all intertwined, you know. Yeah. So.
You had mentioned too, I think yesterday with doing a bell and like putting the
Hmm.
awareness
Hmm.
on that. Will
Hmm.
that also,
Yeah, that will
is that
also
an
deepen.
expansion
Yeah, yeah,
thing? Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Like the use of a bell or a gong or
Okay.
like the metal bowls or something, like they'll help to open up your consciousness or awareness. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And then go ahead, Denise.
Hey, hey.
Good morning. Um, I I alternated a lot of the oils as we moved along. The hyssop, the black pine, the terebinth, and eucalyptus.
Mm-hmm.
And it was amazing when I wasn't like when I moved into that area and I wasn't really getting too far with something. And then when I switched over to I went to like then black pine. Um, I think I started with eucalyptus and black pine and then and I got a little further, but when I went to the hyssop, it just was like oh gosh, like a pointed laser. It just really
Oh yeah,
opened things
this
up.
stuff's amazing.
Oh, it just opened, and I
Yeah,
was so touched. And I also spoke to those areas. It really took me to where it needed to go today. Whereas yesterday, I think everything was jammed up. Okay. This
yeah.
time it
Of
was
course,
letting
you're
me
you're
know.
in the process of being sick, so I
Yeah.
mean that makes sense. But it sounded like yesterday you were still getting better and you were still making progress. But like you can see as you kind of really kind of go deeper into the body and do that awareness, like it really not just deepens the effect, it almost starts to have like a really profound effect on the body. Like it's more than just like, oh, it maybe affected some emotions or thought. It's like all these processes that are just intertwined. All of a sudden they start to there's like a kind of order that starts to come to the body. And that's really like the more that we can help the body establish like an order that's healthy rather than just having all these chaotic things that we chase after. Um,
Kind of like a,
yeah, you just keep nudging the body to like better health.
Um, thank you. This is wonderful. I visited a friend this week who's had long COVID, is what they're thinking. For
Hmm.
2 years, she's been miserable, and they've run every test they can medically, and they don't find anything wrong with her. But she goes to depression,
Yeah, oh, yeah.
body aches, I mean, so I don't know. Do I need to write to Sam? Could she listen to like the first hour and a half of this? Her
Yeah,
husband's a
well,
physical therapist and
mm,
has his own clinic. So he's always tended to kind of be like a trailblazer.
mhm,
I really think that, and she says she can't take that many vitamins or
mhm.
supplements, but essential oils, I think she could go a long way with, and listening to you. So would it be okay if I
Yeah, of course.
forwarded Sunday
Feel
to
free
her?
weekend. Like you can give
Okay.
it to whoever you'd like. And the thing too is, you know, sometimes people are such like their body starts to get into such a fragile place that, like you said, like sometimes maybe even like a little bit of vitamins or herbs or medication, it's like too much.
Mhm.
So even the idea of like just starting to put your awareness on parts of your body and helping it to kind of shift, she might not even use oils right off the bat. She might just practice the awareness component of it for a little bit and then eventually start doing a little bit of oils or a little bit of herbs or whatever it might be. And because that's the thing is like not everybody's in the same place.
That's
And,
true.
I'd say it could be physical, it could be psychological, but I remember like when we were treating trauma victims way, 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 way back when. And, the psychologist that I was working with is like, we have to set up a protocol. We have to set up this template of how to approach it. I was like, you are dealing with very different people. And, you know, some of these people are so traumatized that any sort of movement or shift will almost throw them in crisis. So you have to do like little tiny bits and then back off, and then a little bit more and then back off. And then you can do a little bit more and then back off. And then I go, maybe in a few months, you might be able to do regular therapy, but you kind of have to meet them where they're at.
Mm.
And, a good example of this is one time I was treating this guy. He had gotten, I didn't know him, but like the family had reached out to me, and he was riding a motorcycle and got into an accident, and he had a brain injury. And they were asking me to do sessions, like every day until we can get him out of a coma and that he doesn't die and everything. And so the first day that I worked on him, it was probably only a minute. Like that's all
Mm.
he could handle. Like, I did a little bit of work. I did, I just a little tiny bit. And then I was like, that's all that he can handle. And then, the next day I was like, okay, let's evaluate again. And I was like, I could go a minute and a half. And then by about the fourth day, I could work on him for about 5 to 7 minutes, maybe. And by the maybe day 10, I was doing a full blown session. And I mean, I was blasting him. I mean, I was working him hard. Had I done that right off the bat, it would have thrown him in a total crisis,
Mm.
total crisis. And so going back to your friend is, you know, that's the thing that's good about the body awareness is, it's not like a preconceived idea like I'm going to do this or I can't do this. Like, you just kind of go, okay, I'm gonna sit with this, I'm gonna explore this, and uh, because sometimes protective mechanisms come up and you're like, I can't do anything, I can't do this, I can't do that. We don't want to be too aggressive and we don't want to just back off because there's some sort of you know armoring in the body that is trying to protect an area. And so the thing that I would say is, you could start with a little bit of awareness and, just sit and observe. And then if she feels that she can handle a little bit of oil or experiment with an oil, and then take a little further and then take a little further. And then pretty soon you're getting a handle on it and you can treat it to a much deeper, greater degree by handling this approach. And you can kind of feel where your body is having issues, you know. Like I go to, it's a silly problem, but like, like I injured my back when I was young. And, so much of the time I spend time on the back on the area. And then I was like, oh, I'm going to do big picture. I'm gonna go down into my legs, which it helps, it does help. But sometimes when I unwind my shoulders and my chest up here, it takes the pressure off my back. And all of a sudden my
Mm.
back's way better. Who would think like right up here or my shoulders are going to unwind my back? But it does.
Yeah.
And then I go, okay, but I'm also not sleeping very good. I'm not breathing very good. Maybe I do that and I start doing that. Back gets better again. Like, it's not always the symptom that the mind thinks. The mind wants to get rid of the symptom because it wants to get back to the repetition. Like, hey, I want it to get back to the way that it always is. But sometimes we have these issues in the body that we got to unwind a little bit. And we don't always know because they're not always like a direct cause. And so, anytime somebody has any sort of chronic health issue, very good
It's
practice to do.
it's a good point about overwhelming Because
Yeah.
some people they get kind of fried and then they're afraid.
Yeah,
No,
totally.
but yeah.
Especially the more that the person has a chronic illness or a very severe illness, the more easily usually they're going to be overwhelmed. And the intellect goes, well, they're really sick. Let's be aggressive. When sometimes they're really sick, let's take baby steps, like a lot of baby steps, and kind of nurse them to a place where, yeah, you can maybe be a little bit more aggressive or a little bit more direct. But if they can't handle the treatment, then you get them to a place where they can handle a treatment. Yeah.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. If whatever we need to do for that person, let us know, shoot us an email and we'll help you with that.
I will. Thank you very much.
And then we had some shares and I think a couple questions too. The only annoyance is from a tooth removed 10 days ago. Pain has subsided.
Oh, good.
Curious. Nioli seemed to dry up the drainage a bit.
Yeah, I totally could, especially in the sinuses. I mean, it will work for bronchitis and mucus in the lungs, but kind of my go-to things for some sinus issues in general to eradicate like stress response is rosemary verbena or Naoli. And the thing that I would say is interesting about Naoli is when the body is a little bit more in a fatigue state, or it might not be the whole body, but here we're looking at respiratory function. So, we can have parts of our body that are in a fatigue state. It's just like if you're having a bunch of short, rapid breathing or you're struggling with your breath ran a marathon while the rest of your body was just acting normal. And so, those areas can get stressed and they can get fatigued. And, that's again the idea of like the vagal tone and dystonia and all of those kinds of things. And so, the thing about Naoli is it's very fortifying to the body. And like it's one of the things that you could use for like treating things like allergies and things like that, like where the body is overstimulated, or at least the nerves and the respiratory tract are overstimulated. The immune system might be a little overstimulated. And Naoli will have a regulating effect on these areas.
When we were on the throat, they're asking awareness of chakra or flesh. They seem to be overlapping.
Yes. However you want to start. Chakra, flesh, whatever. The idea is to increase in awareness. So it doesn't have to be surgical. Like just put your awareness there that it's the chakra, that it's the flesh. Just start there.
Would green myrtle work on this list?
It's anti-inflammatory and everything. It could work. Yeah, I like green myrtle a little bit more for like inflammation in the respiratory tract. And I do really like it for pneumonias, various forms of pneumonias. Um, I mean, you could throw it in this, sure.
Is Amivisnaga for thinning mucus or breaking up mucus?
It has a breaking up of the mucus, but it also kind of opens up the bronchioles. I would say Amivisnaga, at least my perception, is it opens up the bronchioles and it allows the lungs and the respiratory tract to like function better. And as it functions better, it starts throwing off the mucus. It starts the lungs themselves starts trying to get rid of the mucus. So I would say it's enhancing the function of the respiratory tract. And then the respiratory tract goes, now that I'm feeling better, let's start cleaning the closets. Let's start vacuuming. Let's start doing whatever it needs to do. So I would say Amivisnaga um just trying to like nurses the respiratory tract back to like functioning more like it should.
So I just want to jump on that because I, like Denise, I kind of hopped on different oils. And when I got to the Omni Visnaga, it really seemed to open like from my upper chest area into my, like, even into my throat. Like it was like something.
Yeah, Omega really opens up the bronchioles. Like you know, like if you have spasms and things in the bronchioles, it's like, and then when that's opened, then your body, your lungs and your respiratory tract has more ability to throw off mucus. And so that's the idea of the Omega Snaga.
Yeah, yeah. And it seemed, yeah, it was kind of intense, but it really, really good. And the hyssop, when I used it, I mean, it just felt like everything got better. It
Yeah.
was like,
Hyssop's amazing.
it
Yeah.
was kind of like, oh my gosh, why am I not just like inhaling
Yeah.
this? Anytime I'm like, what do I use?
Yeah.
It was so good.
Hyssop is amazing.
Yeah.
So we need to jump over to the Sunday sacred space. And so we're going to break for lunch. We'll come back in an hour and a half at 1:30 Central Time. And we can still do Q&A. And then we're going to do more practice and talk about other conditions. So, hey, everybody. Let's go ahead and come on back. Okay, gosh. So, you know, we were kind of ending with that session that we did, and I think we had shares and questions. I don't know if we got all of them. So let's go ahead, and if there's still some shares or questions, we can go through and address that.
So I'll make it so you can also raise your hand and unmute yourself, and then we'll start with the ones in the chat here. So someone's wondering, would a tight diaphragm affect the function of the liver or gallbladder?
I mean, a tight diaphragm would affect the function of the solar plexus, for one. Um, Also would tend to make the mind have a predisposition for more like intellectual processing rather than intuitional processing. So it would be more prone to having like loops. And so that can manifest in a lot of different places. One of them could be the liver, could be the gallbladder, but it could be also other areas. You know, a tight diaphragm would also impact the spine. You know, if there's a tight diaphragm, your spine is, you know, spinal muscles are tight. And so that can throw dysfunction into a lot of different areas. If it's just due to the breath, you know, when the breath is off, the nervous system is off. And so things like digestion are usually one of the first things to be hit. Digestion, endocrine function, immune function. And so I wouldn't say it like from the point of view of just symptom oriented, like this does this. You know, we're looking at it from a more holistic point of view and like how it could throw off the body and throw it into dis-ease, right? So potentially could cause anything, but the diaphragm impacting the liver, yeah, it's possible, but again, I wouldn't really approach it necessarily as like a symptom-oriented approach. I would just keep unwinding the body, you know.
Thank you. I think that was all the ones I can see. No one's raising their hand right now, so
Okay.
give me just a sec.
Okay. So we're going to jump to page 30 and deal with coughs. So, and there's different kinds of coughs. There's acute cough, there's chronic cough, but coughs can be caused even by digestive issues. Um, could be even when you're in fight flight, your body will have like a cough reflex that gets going. Muscles in your neck being tight will also cause a spasmodic cough, a kind of a dry, real superficial cough, but it's still a kind of a cough. And so, I wrote up acute, chronic, and the mechanisms, like how it sends signals to the brain and everything, infection, allergies, asthma, postnasal drip. GERD can be a source, environmental irritants, and then also just chronic health issues like COPD and things like that. And so there's different kinds of coughs. Again, I kind of listed that as well, but um, let's look at treating coughs. And I'd say um, one of the oils that is like kind of a rock star as far as coughs are concerned is hyssop. Like any form of hyssop, and regular hyssop or hyssop decumbens. But each one has also things that might be a bit more specific. You can see I listed out cough, chronic cough, spasmodic cough, and then also whooping cough. And so, um, just for the sake of this, I would say pull something from one of these. I mean, there's a bunch of choices here. But kit for purchase, I would say let's have you use the hyssop decumbens.
So the thing I listed was the one that says benzoin, camphor, cedar, clary sage,
Yeah.
eucalyptus. Any of those, was there more that people are looking?
So under there, there's also a chronic cough, but and then there's a spasmodic cough. A lot of them are going to be the same or similar. So
I got it, thanks.
yeah,
If anyone was as confused as I was.
but you could choose from any of the sections of coughs.
So anything on page 33, guys.
Yeah. You know, like, there's also like a smoker's cough, like when somebody's smoked for long periods of time, they can get a smoker's cough. But I would say there is, like, if you have a chronic cough, a lot of times it is tied to the body being in that stress state where, it's the balance between rest and repair and action and activity are thrown off. And so it can be a byproduct of like being in kind of a stressed fight flight kind of state. And yeah, sometimes like I'll even get um start having coughs when people like maybe cord me, not just anybody, but like if somebody's like upset, they cord me, and they might not be upset at me, but they're just upset, and then they cord me, and then my body starts reacting to their energy in my body, because of that connection of the cord, and my body starts to have a reaction, and I'll start to get a cough. And so, I mean, I still kind of treat it like a normal cough, but usually if I cut the cords, clean the cords, and all that, it will resolve itself. But, you know, there's lots of reasons why we have coughs, right? And so, what again I'd like you to do is just take a moment and spend some time and just observe your body. You're observing your body. Okay, so now we're going to explore some areas. The first area we're going to explore is whatever jumps out at you in your body, right? Whatever area jumps out at you, you're going to take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. So if it was your back, your shoulder, your calves, your head, your jaw, whatever it is. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. I want to try something with the people who got the kit. Pull out the travel guard. You know, that didn't make it into a lot of the notes because it's a pretty new thing. But let's pull out the travel guard because potentially you could use it to treat just about any respiratory issue. So let's see how this also treats you in this process.
And for the other people, maybe they grab
No.
something from that line?
No, you just still
keep
use,
doing it.
yeah, just keep using the oil. You just want the people with travel guard to like experiment with it. Okay, so now we're going to explore some areas that are heavy for contributing to coughs. So instead of just going to the throat, right, or the bottom of the throat, put your awareness on both sides of your neck. And before you start inhaling, just kind of sit with your awareness on both sides of your neck and notice how they feel. Notice the tension. Notice as you're breathing, how your breath is. And let's experiment a little bit as we do this process. So you're looking at the sides of your neck and even kind of like that area, like it's just behind the jawbone, like below your ears. You know, if you kind of feel around in that area, sometimes that area will hold like a lot of tension that you really don't notice until you put your attention there, and then you're like, ugh. I think I just found some buried treasure of tension. You know, there's muscles that attach up there that are tied to coughing. So your awareness is up in that area and you're observing. And again, we're trying to move past just the mechanical inhalation and exhalation, and we're really trying to observe these areas. So with that, go ahead and start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with whatever oil you're using from this big giant list of things. And taking about 20 breaths with your awareness on the sides of your neck. And when you're done, just be still. Explore the sides of your neck again. If you want to even start to come around to the front, you can do that as well. Where do you feel something in your neck? Okay. You're still in that area. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. About 20 deep breaths. And when you're done, just be still. Oh, okay, so now we're going to explore the chest. Put your awareness on your chest. Where do you feel anything in the chest, including up high on the chest? So your awareness is on the chest. And wherever you feel something, your awareness is there. Okay, so your awareness has been on your chest. You've been observing that area. Now breathe the oil into that area. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths into that area. Now, when you're done, you're just going to be still and let go for a moment. And again, observe your chest. Where do you feel something in your chest? And you can begin to go in deeper. You might even start to go into the lungs themselves or into the bronchioles. So just go in a little bit deeper. Okay, you're observing that area, and now start taking long, slow, deep breaths into that area. And then when you're done, just be still. Maybe the ginger lily. Okay, so we're going to let the chest go for a moment. We're going to come back to it, but check in with your body. How does your body feel? Your body feeling relaxed? Are you breathing a little easier? You know, part of the cough is if we can shift our body over to more of a relaxed state, rest and repair mode, we have diminished the potential for coughing and coughing attacks and things like that. So just observe your body for a moment. And we're going to take this idea of breaking these patterns or loops within the body. You know, not just a trauma loop, but like a dis-ease, loop, a degenerative loop in the body. And let's experiment again. You know, here we're working with coughs, but let's experiment again, taking it a little bit deeper than what we talked about yesterday and what we've been playing with today. So again, I'm going to have you like kind of go into the chest area, and it can go into the lungs. It can go in, deeper into the lungs or up in this area right below the collarbones. It could be the chest muscles, just in this area. Where do you feel something? And wherever you feel it, observe it. And then we're going to do our process. Okay, so from what we've been doing, the next step would be you put your awareness on that area, you breathe into that area, right? But we're going to actually mix this with the materialization breath, but we're going to do a slightly different variation of the materialization breath, right? So first, let's practice the materialization breath, and then I'm going to show you how we're going to integrate this. If you use the materialization breath the way that we're talking about right now, it's a deeper form of the materialization breath, and it will be about breaking these loops or these patterns in the body. So it's not just about trauma loops, but it's, dysfunctional loops, disease loops, loops that cause degeneration in the body. The materialization of light is what breaks up these loops. So we're going to use the materialization breath, but like a modified version of it, right? And so first, let's just practice the materialization breath. You can do it with oils. Let's do it with the oil. Okay. So you take your oil, you put it to your chest, right? And then your chin goes down. You inhale, you hold your breath, and then your head comes up, and then you exhale through your mouth, right? So then down, inhale, up, exhale, down, inhale, up, exhale, down, inhale, up, exhale, down, inhale, up, exhale, down, inhale through your nose, up, exhale through your mouth, down, inhale, up, exhale. Okay, and then just be still. Okay, so I'm going to talk this out first, and then we're going to practice it, and then we're going to practice it and refine it. Okay, so we're going to use what we were just doing before. I'm putting my awareness on my chest, like, okay, I'm looking for, I'm working coughs, but I'm not going, what's the symptom? I'm just going, where do I feel tension in my chest? Where do I feel it? Even if it's still up in the neck, do I feel it up in the neck? Right, wherever it is. Okay, I'm practicing my awareness on it now. So now I go, okay, my area is right here, like where my hand is. So then I've got my awareness right there, or I might not be super sure. So it might be the whole chest area, right? So then I'm putting my awareness on this area and I'm observing, right? I'm observing. You really kind of wait for your mind to shift out of that repetitive thinking. You're starting to have a shift of awareness. Okay, so now I have the bottle, right? And I'm going to do the materialization breath. So with the bottle, I have the bottle to the chest, right? Now, my chin is down, and I'm going to inhale into the area that I had my body awareness. So if my area is here, my chin is down, I'm inhaling the oil, but I'm inhaling like into the area, right? Just like you were before. You're practicing your inhalation, you're breathing into the area. So you're going to breathe into the area, right? Then you're going to let the area go. You're holding your breath. You come up, you exhale. Then you come down, you put your awareness back on the area. You inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale. And then you come down again, You inhale, you hold your breath, up, exhale. You come down, you breathe in, but you're breathing into your area again. Up, exhale. And then down, breathe into your area. Up, exhale. 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 Then let everything go and just be still. Let it incubate. Now, observe your body. Where in your body doesn't necessarily have to be that same area. Where are you feeling something? Are you feeling it in the back? Are you feeling it in the head or the jaw? Are you feeling it in the internal organs? Are you feeling it down in your legs? Wherever you're feeling something, your awareness is there. Okay, whatever your new area is, you're observing it. Your bottle's going to your chest, your chin is down. You inhale into that new area. So inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale. Down, inhale, up, exhale. Down, inhale into the area, up, exhale. Down, inhale, up, exhale. Down, inhale into the area, 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 up, exhale, and then just be still. Notice your body. Okay. So there's a way to combine, how we talk about symptom and system and, the area and being aware of your body. There's a way to combine all of these things, right? Where we don't have to choose our approach. So first, we're going to talk out what just happened. Then I'm going to show you how to use it to kind of go down the rabbit hole, right? And so let's share experiences, ask questions, unmute yourself, type in. Let's talk about your experience right now. And then we're going to talk out like how to use this um, on a bigger scale. How did that make you feel, by the way? Sleepy. Yeah, yeah. Like so Dan's here in person and he's like, I'm sleepy. Like he's in rest and repair mode. I was watching him kind of wind down and I was like, yeah, I'll talk to him later. And Samantha was having to do stuff, but she looked like she was sleep typing,
I feel like that was just, this is gonna change my life.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So this is even the idea of the thing with mentoring and everything. The stuff that we've been teaching and like the approaches and everything isn't like, oh, we're there and then it's just kind of done. There's like deeper levels to it. There is things where we like kind of integrate things. And even if you look at the idea of like working with angels and how we were talking about the guardian angel, it was yesterday or today, or I can't remember, is look at what we're talking about, like being being conscious of an area, right? Instead of being unconscious where the loop is just playing out. You're being more conscious of that area, right? So another way of saying that is you're increasing your presence, right? And if you look at what another name for guardian angel is, it's the angel of the presence. It is the angel of helping you be more present. When you're more present, you heal faster and you thrive in the environment or you prosper, right? Like that's the whole thing about aligning with the angel. It's not about what name is it, it's aligning to this energy that helps increase your presence so that the body heals and breaks out of these disease-oriented loops and that you break out of the loops in the environment. You heal here and you heal there, right? Your inner and outer world begin a deeper level of healing process. This isn't something I came up with. This is very old. Um, they're Kabbalistic, they're Buddhist, they're, whatever tradition. Like there's deeper teachings with these things. And so like we're taking the different pieces that we've been doing over the years, and now if we combine them in particular ways, ugh, there's an even bigger piece. You can't just jump and go, okay, let's do all these pieces because you have to kind of keep getting good at the different pieces before the bigger approach really works. If you just jump to the bigger approach, trust me, I've tried. It doesn't work very well. Like, but if you go little steps, little steps, little steps, and then you get to that bigger approach, something very, very profound happens, right? And so,
Yeah, go ahead, Denise, and then Sonia, then Jane.
hey, Denise.
I didn't realize I unmuted myself. I'm sorry. That was incredible. But you know what, Greg, I had to really back up and at the top of my neck, I went back to basil. I had to keep breaking something up there.
Sure.
And then
Yeah.
I could switch to camphor and I could get it down over my chest. Do you think I need a chest x-ray? Because if I do, I'm going to urgent care because they won't have it at primary care.
How are your symptoms? Other than that, how are your symptoms?
I'm pretty sore. I'm pretty sore. I'm pretty tired. So it's almost like I probably will need some sort of medication to kick this thing.
Yeah. I mean, my rule of thumb is if in doubt, go see the doctor. Like
Don't want to
that's
see a
that.
doctor. I just needed to know if I needed a chest x-ray. They won't have x-rays at primary care, but they will at like urgent care.
Oh, I see. Um, well, if I was going to go to the doctor, I'd like to have that on the table.
Yeah,
If
it's
you're
kind
anything like my new doctor, he won't do it.
of that's
But
the hard part.
my old doctor who moved away, he was amazing. He was on all that stuff. But my new guy is, I actually stopped using him. But he's just like, no, and so if you're gonna go, you might as well have that on the table.
Thank
You
you.
know what I mean?
That's kind of how I felt in the new
Yeah,
ones. I have a new one too because everybody left the clinic except this new
yeah.
PA. And you're right. So thank you so much. And
You're so welcome.
but I can see where this is very profound. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
I'm learning a whole lot this weekend.
Oh, good, good.
And then go ahead, Sonia, then Jane.
Hey, Sonia.
Let's get you unmuted. Oh, oh, sorry, you were unmuted and then there you go.
Is it? Okay. So I have a scoliosis and kyphoscoliosis, and C3 sublexus forward, and there's rotation to the left. And then there's a problem with C5 that affects, it's about T3. It's the one right across from my solar plexus.
Mm-hmm.
So then that one across from the solar plexus, it's rotated and it's affected by the fascia below it, the low spine, and the low spine that was, my pelvis was tipping forward almost parallel to the floor. The network chiropractic fixed that in 2 sessions, but when there's tension, it tends to want to contract back there. And he said part of the problem was my spinal cord was contracting up into the spine. So the stuff across from the spinal cord, it causes my intercostals and solar plexus to contract really tightly. And it didn't release earlier with the decumbens,
Decumbens.
decumbens.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're doing this travel guard now. It's not releasing the more moves.
I would say like anytime you have any sort of postural distortion, there usually is some sort of issue with the sympathetic nervous system and potential dystonia and things like that. And so out of that kit for purchase that it sounds like you have, I would do this process with the Friar's Balsam. That's kind of what the Friar Balsam is for. There's other ways of doing it, but like with the kit that you have, Friar's Balsam, it's a rock star. I use it all the time. And so I would do some of these processes like that so that you keep shifting the nervous system. Potentially, you're undoing the effects of the postural distortions like the kyphosis and the scoliosis, but also, you have the misalignments and you're undoing the effects. And it also is increasing the potential that there might be some way to bring those areas maybe back into some better form of alignment, or once they're in alignment, to be able to hold them better. So I would work with that Friar's Balsam quite substantially.
Yeah, the upper thoracic they they bend left, and then my cervicals then fall off to the right and rotate to
Yeah.
the left.
Yeah, I mean,
And
that's
that
a
area is bad.
scoliotic pattern. Yeah.
And so like, so I've got the network chiropractor and a neurophysical therapist, and she's been doing a lot of fascial release
Oh,
and
good.
other stuff for scoliosis. But it's hard. It's correcting from the bottom up because that area
Sure.
where the upper thoracic goes left and then the cervix fall off right and turn rotate left.
Yeah. But
It's
try working with the Friar's
having a
Balsam.
hard time with it.
Yeah. Like the rest of the day today, you use the Friar's Balsam.
Okay.
And then go ahead, Jane.
Hey, Jane.
You should be able to unmute yourself. Let's see.
When you first started out with basically the lungs, okay, I went to some place in the lungs and I started breathing.
There's a lot of echo. I can barely understand what you're saying. Maybe do you have two devices on, maybe?
Okay, how's this?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go.
Okay. When you first went to the lungs, I went to the lungs and I started inhaling, and it was like the joint in my right big toe was screaming like, hey, I'm down here.
Mm-hmm.
And so I went from the lungs to my right big toe.
Okay.
And then I started, the muscles started twitching right around my knee. I also earlier had set my intent. I had mentioned intent wise for the oils to go wherever it's needed. Would that have affected it also?
No, no. Like once you start putting your awareness on areas, that really is going to be the overriding factor.
But I didn't have my awareness on my big toe.
But when you start unwinding things, things kind of wake up in the body, or things that might be a contributing factor might start to unwind. And so, that's probably a byproduct of a whole chain of events, like up the leg into the hip and into the low back. And you're feeling it in the toe, but it's probably a chain event.
Definitely
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah. So I think that's probably what that was.
Okay, because there is an issue from the foot all the way up the hip to the back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're so welcome.
Sorry, give me just a sec, guys. Okay. Someone shared, I relaxed a lot when I did it. I sweated a lot while I was doing it. Thank you, Craig.
Yeah, the sweating a lot of times can be that there's like an imbalance in the nervous system that's, being addressed, or being like, you're pushing up against it and you're breaking out of it. And so that is a bit of an autonomic response, which is, fight, flight, stress, stress related. And so sometimes that can happen. And so, you are like breaking out of these like patterns of, whatever it might be. And it doesn't mean it completely goes away, but if you break out of the pattern, it becomes easier to treat, right? It becomes like something that is more responsive to, oils or herbs or medications or chiropractic or acupuncture or whatever it might be. Like it becomes more responsive to that. And so that's kind of the goal. And so like when you see like a response like that, you're on top of something, you know. Yeah. I get something like that if I'm like bent over, like like say I'm, picking something off the ground, but I'm there for like a long time bending over. All of a sudden my body will go into like a weird stress response. And it's just because of injuries that I've had. But I'll start sweating, I'll start breaking into weird breathing patterns, and I'll have to like go, okay, I have to, ugh. But my body is going into a loop. And so one of the things that I started doing is that um, I'm not suggesting that you do this, but like I'll bend over and start like going, okay, I'm going to wait till my body comes to that weird place where I start having that reaction. And then I try to break the loop like while I'm in the middle of it. And yeah, I can go longer now, but it's still a little bit of an issue. Like if I stay bent over for a long period of time, it's still a little bit of an issue, but it has gotten better. But I have a bunch of muscles that got torn on one side of my back. And so for whatever reason, when I bend over like that, it throws the body into a weird like stress state. And so like I'm trying to actively like break that stress pattern. So, or that repetitive pattern that makes my body start to go into freak out mode. And so, we're going to talk about like how to take what we just did and everything that we've been talking about and put it together to like really target different things. Yes, we're talking about the respiratory system. You could use this for anything, you know. And so,
I mean, it felt like when we did that, I don't know what we're calling it, advanced materialization process, it felt like the light got physicalized, like way fast. I don't know, faster, but like, or more like a laser or something. And I was just like, how have we not done this before?
mhm.
How have you not done this before? But no, it was great. So I'm looking for
We are in the aligning with the guardian angel. We are going to do it's slightly different, but we're going to be doing an angel version of a modified materialization breath for greater alignment. Because it's not just that you're aligning with your guardian angel, you're aligning with your consciousness, you're aligning with your awareness, you're aligning with your intuition. And in that, the body heals more rapidly, and you're able to shift things in the environment at a much more rapid rate. And so, this is one version, and in the class next weekend, there's going to be a slightly different version. Yeah.
because that's what ran through my head was I was like, oh my gosh, this has even more potential, not just
Mhm.
yeah. That was very, very interesting.
Yeah, the breath and awareness is slightly different when doing the angelic work. Angels and deities and yeah, but we'll talk about that next weekend.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think those are the shares for the moment.
Okay, so how about we'll take a break? We'll come back in 15 minutes and then we're going to talk about how to pull all this together to go after health issues. So we'll come back at 10 after the hour. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. And so just check, is there still shares or questions or anything?
No, I think that's it for that.
Okay, so if we think about what we just did, I'm thinking, should we practice more? Should we do it? We'll do a deeper explanation. So here's the thing. We talk about like, okay, it's good to do a little bit of a deeper process rather than always chasing symptoms. And so we look at like, okay, we can work a system, we can work vagal tone in a particular area. We can practice this level of awareness, breaking out of these loops, right? And then, we have all these different aspects, and then you go, okay, when do I choose what I'm supposed to do? I don't know what I'm supposed to do, right? So You know, vagal tone is basically a way of de-stressing the body, right? The thing that I would say is you can use the practice that we just did, and we're going to practice it some more. You can start with the symptom, right? So you go, okay, my shoulder hurts. It hurts when I do this. It hurts when I do this. Like it's like, okay, it hurts when it does all these things. So you start with the symptoms. So, you know, here we're doing this practice. So then you go, okay, I'm going to start with the symptom. I might put something on it. I might, you know, do whatever I'm going to do. But then if it's my shoulder that hurts, then I'm going to focus on my shoulder and then I'm going to start practicing awareness, right? Like you can take the symptom and then just start going down the rabbit hole, right? So then you go, okay, I'm practicing awareness. Now I'm breathing the oil into the shoulder. It hurts right here, but then I start to unwind it and I go, I feel it in my back. I feel it in the opposite hip. I feel it in the front of my chest. I feel all these different things. Even though it hurts like right here, I feel it in a bunch of different areas, right? So you can start going down the rabbit hole with that. And then the next level is in these areas that I feel, then I can do this materialization breath because it might be postural misalignment, it might be a muscle imbalance, it might be pressure on my nerves, it might be that I feel my breath is very shallow and is increasing body tension. So if you have that idea of I'm going to treat and observe, and then treat and observe, and treat and observe, not with a preconceived idea of what you're observing. You go, okay, I'm treating my shoulder, but all of a sudden, things from when I was 12 keep coming to my mind, and they keep coming to my mind over and over again. There might be some old trauma that's locked in the body. Not because your mind decided that, but as you engage the process, it keeps arising, right? Because yes, something might have happened with your when you were 12, but not have anything to do with that. And then maybe you go through and you treat it, that gets released out of the body. But if your mind still thinks it's there, you're doing something that is not necessarily going to produce a healing effect, right? We want the body to keep getting nudged in the direction of healing itself, right? We want the emotions to heal. We want the mind to heal and grow and evolve. And so it's about like focus and then observe and then focus and observe, right? Where do I feel it? And then observe it, right? So you don't have to necessarily choose like, do I do this approach? Do I do that approach? Do I do this approach? We kind of like start to blend them together and you start just going down the rabbit hole. You know, if you think of healing as a process, it's going to be a series of steps. And so here you go, okay, this hurts. Let's start trying to reduce that pain. And then as you start to reduce the pain, it's like the person, I think it was Jane, who said, like, I was working on my lungs, my big toe started screaming. And so like there could be a whole chain of events that is back, leg, foot, lungs, breath, you know, then it contributes to maybe I'm not sleeping very good. There's this whole dynamic. And instead of going, these are a bunch of separate pieces, it's just this big like conglomeration of a bunch of different things that are just different aspects, different facets of an overall thing going on in the body. So here we're looking at it and we're going, let's treat that thing, whatever that is, whatever it looks like, whatever is causing this within the body. Let's not just go and do piecemeal work. Let's go and really treat the whole body. Let's treat it from a holistic point of view, right? So we're going to practice it and let's see here. Where will we practice it? Give me a second here. How about, I know we don't have bronchitis, but how about we pretend that we have bronchitis?
What
Okay,
page are you
I am on the bronchitis part starts on page 22. And it basically just means inflammation of the bronchi, you know, your okay, here we can have cough, we can have wheezing, shortness of breath, chest discomfort, fatigue. But we're going to drop down and there's a list of oils. Cinnamon, eucalyptus polybroch, frankincense, hyssop, lantana, larch, anula, Moroccan thyme, neoli, ravensara, red thyme, rosemary, verbena, rosemary, Siberian fir, silver fir, sitka, thyme thuyinol, tolu balsam, white spruce. And how about the kit for purchase? You use either Ravent Sara or Siberian fir. Green myrtle is always good for any kinds of inflammation. And even though I didn't list it here, you could throw green myrtle in the mix if you'd like. It's kind of weird, like with green myrtle. Like I like inhaling it. I think it's very soothing, but like when times when I'm sick, I love to put it on my chest and on my throat a little bit. And it's super soothing when you have like some sort of cold or flu or something of that nature. So, but anyway, we're going to do it by starting with putting our awareness on the lungs. And then we're going to kind of do this process, but we're not just going to end with the lungs. If you feel it somewhere else in your body, your chest, your abdomen, your neck, your big toe, like Jane, wherever things start to unwind in the body, let's just start unwinding it. Let's look at it as like a ball of string that's been just all intertwined, and you're starting just to unravel the knot, right? So before we start inhaling, your awareness is on the lungs. You're still observing. Okay, so this is the other thing that I'm going to say about this process. The more that you do this process, you're really refining the intellect and you're refining the intuitive mind. You're refining concentration, like you're able to be more one pointed, but concentration gives birth to awareness. So a lot of times we go, okay, you're putting your awareness on the shoulder thing, right? At first, it's not really awareness, it's more focus, like it's concentration. And then you start going, okay, I'm thinking about my shoulder, I'm thinking about that weird spot. And then there starts to be an expansion. Okay, now I'm shifting over to awareness. In that, you're breaking out of the loop. Just as soon as that starts to happen, you are starting to break out of the loop, right? And so the more you do this process where we observe it and then we breathe into it and we're breathing oils into it and then we're starting to bring in the materialization breath, your ability to focus and your ability to shift into awareness becomes very heightened, very deepened, and very accelerated. So like Samantha was just sitting here and she's putting awareness on her lungs and she's like, I'm kind of out. Like, she hasn't even done the process yet, right? Part of the reason is it becomes easier and easier to put yourself into a state of healing. It doesn't take so much work. And so the more that you do it, it's not just that you get better at it, it becomes easier to where sometimes you might not even need to do the processes. You can just put your attention on something and it all just starts to happen. You're training your physiology, you're training your mind, you're training your consciousness to do a particular thing. Once the body starts to get good at it, the processes might not be as necessary as they were before. We're using the processes to break out of something. Once intuition knows, like, hey, this is how we break out of things. This is how we live a cage-free life. We're free range. We're out of here, right? As soon as we kind of learn how to do that, it becomes easier and easier for your body to heal and for you to use intention to heal an area. Intention isn't necessarily like making a choice or voicing something. It's simply putting your attention or awareness on an area, and then it begins the process, right? So again, you're on your lungs, you're observing your lungs. Okay, so now you're going to take the oil and wherever you feel it in your lungs, wherever your awareness is, you're going to breathe into that area a little bit. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness in that area. You're breathing into that area. You're giving it a good, like, I don't know, 20 inhalations. Okay, now you're going to pause and just completely let go. Just let go of everything. You're being still, your eyes are closed, you're being quiet, but just let things incubate. When you give it this pause and you let go, it actually makes the process more potent. It gives you incubation time. Now, keeping your eyes closed, observe your body. Observe the area that you just treated, the lungs. Do you feel it somewhere else in your body? Do you still feel it in your lungs? Wherever you feel it, observe, take a moment, assess, and then observe. Okay. Wherever you're observing, wherever that area jumps out at you, now it's just anywhere in the body. You're holding your bottle to your chest, chin down. You're inhaling into that area of your body. Hold your breath, up, exhale, down, inhale into that area of the body, up, exhale, down, inhale, up, down, up. You're observing your body, inhaling, exhale. Do about 3 or 4 more on your own. And then just be still. Let it incubate. You're stimulating the body's ability to heal this area. Okay, we could observe the body, but we're going to go back to the lungs, going to the bronchioles. Observe your bronchioles. Your awareness is on your bronchioles. Okay, you have your awareness on your bronchioles. Bottle to your chest. Down, inhale with your awareness on the bronchioles. Let it go. Up, exhale. Down, awareness is on the bronchioles. Up, exhale. Down, and then up. Do about six or seven more on your own pace. And then when you're done, just be still, let everything go. Just let everything incubate. And you feel your body going into a deeper state of relaxation. Deeper relaxation equals deeper levels of repair. Now observe your whole body. Where do you feel something? What's jumping out at you? Wherever you feel it in the body. If you can't feel anything, go back to your lungs. But if you feel something somewhere else in your body, your awareness is there. Bottle to your chest, chin down, breathe into the area, let go, up, exhale. Do like 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Let's just check in with our breath. Take a big, nice, slow, deep breath. Exhale. Again, as you take in a breath, how is your sinuses feeling? How is the throat where still impacts the bronchioles and the trachea? How does that feel? Take a deep breath. This is the joke that I always kind of say about myself when I do this. Whether my body likes it or not, it's in the healing state. It's in the healing process. You know, it basically just overrides so many things. And so let's go ahead and share experiences, ask questions, you know, because we kind of pulled the technique together a little bit more. How's that? How was your experience?
Oh, good.
Good.
I started with long and then I went to my heel.
Yeah.
Because it just kind of,
Your heel, so your heel started like feeling funny or throbbing.
yeah, it just kind of got a little
Yeah.
pain, you know,
Yeah.
kind of a little bit of a sharp pain there.
Yeah.
So, and then it resolved, so.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah,
And how's your breath? How's your
good,
Yeah.
good, deep,
Yeah, nice and deep. And
nice and deep, smooth. You
Yeah.
know, rather than.
and if I said, I'll give you $1 if you fall asleep right now, I'd have to give you $1, wouldn't I?
I probably only get 50 cents because I'd be done before you even say anything.
How about you?
Yes, so super.
I mean, I also I blame it. Like I'm so sleepy. But as soon as we smelt the Revent Sara, like that's when I initially even started like
Yeah.
knocking out. It was even before we put
Yeah.
awareness on our lungs.
Yeah.
And it just feels like I went from sleepy to sleepier to sleepiest.
Yeah. Ravensara is kind of quietly kind of awesome.
Yeah.
Like, you know, there's not a lot of magic bullets like, you know, that just are like, you could throw it at, you know, a lot of things. But for respiratory things, the thing that's interesting about Ravensara is it's very balancing to fight, flight, and rest and repair mode. And so if we're in a place where we really have a bunch of imbalance, it will balance things out so that it becomes easier to go deeper and deeper. And you know, how we were like using lemongrass, like when people were getting the vaccination and having reactions. Um, you know, the Ravensara actually could have been a choice. You know, I didn't really think about it. Ravent, yeah, yeah. I mean, probably either one of them because they both kind of do that, but you know, the vaccine being directed to about the respiratory tract and the immune system, I would think more Ravent. But and you were talking about the jitters earlier.
Yeah.
Like, how is that?
Oh, better.
Like, way better.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but better.
Yeah.
So the second place I put my attention, like the last thing we did, you're like, doesn't have to be your lungs, can be wherever. I actually did my liver
Mhm.
and then I got nauseous. Is it because like something's pooping out?
So, like when you really hit an area where there is a significant pattern, like how you felt nauseous and somebody else before felt sweaty, that's usually something that needs work. You don't have to do it all in one sitting, you know. I have a few places like that in my body, and I'm like, oh, little by little, you know. When I was younger, I'd go, we're going to resolve this today. And you get better results just doing over a period of time. And so, you know, like for the liver, it could be all kinds of things. It could be, you know, not just hormones, but there could be an old, like sometimes excess hormones gets like stored in the liver. You know, there could be, you know, digestive things, there could be inflammation, it could be tied to the sinuses, it could be, you know, there's so many things that it could be. Liver is always a good one to target because you could take 10 people and line them up, and 9 of them are going to have weird variations of a liver problem, and the other one, you know, maybe does, maybe doesn't, but most people have some sort of a liver funky thing going on. Yeah.
So really just double down.
Double down. Yeah. I would do it over a period of time though. Like, you know, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm just seeing if anyone else had a share question. Oh, and I realized, somebody sent me a message earlier. I just want you guys to know, I did just open it up, so you can type to the whole group. But just so you know, the whole group will see. So there is a still, if you hit that blue button, you can do a private message over to Apothecary Geek or Plant Prana Oils. But if you want to just type in a share, you can to the whole group. And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, Miss Teresa.
Hello. That was interesting. It actually soothed my digestive tract.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I totally could see that. Yeah.
It was really great. Kind of between like the digestive tract and also the diaphragm area where it meets the bottom, the sternum. So that was nice.
Sure. And here we're working with respiratory things, but you could put oils out of the healing the digestive system, and you could use the same process. I was going to teach this process back then, but it's harder to kind of validate. Like the lungs and the respiratory tract, it's easy to validate, like, oh, I can breathe deeper. But it's like my small intestine is digesting food better. Like you can't really feel that. You know what I mean? Like if you have like
Oh,
discomfort or something. And so I was like, well, we could start with this but you can take what we're learning here and apply it to any of the other systems
yeah.
that we're doing. And even skin stuff, you could do start with skin and then go in and because usually there's some sort of immune function or digestive issue, or the thing with the skin too is like sometimes it's still tied to a respiratory issue, and it's the way
Hmm.
that the body is trying to detoxify the respiratory system. So
Mm,
there's all kinds of routes that it could take. And really, we're not even trying to like chase it like that. We're just trying to keep nudging the body because the body has the intelligence to heal it. And, I know I keep saying that, but it's about like helping the body do what it does. And, like here you're having a treatment for respiratory issues, and we were using bronchitis. So, a respiratory issue that you don't even have right now, you're just targeting an area in the body that, it has like a toning effect in that area. And so, you know, it can still have impact in weird places, back pain, your digestion, headaches. It could be all kinds of things. Things are way more connected than we think. And I would say when we really have like poor vagal tone, another way of saying that is the body gets chaotic and we start having these weird symptoms and weird difficulties that don't look like they're connected, but the connection is that part of the nervous system. Like it just
yep.
gets like funky. We start to have like mineral deficiencies and we start to have like all these like weird things. And really, it's just poor vagal tone, but it's just, you know,
Yeah.
yeah.
So what was interesting is I didn't get really a lot of results with green myrtle, or it appeared that. So I switched to Anula, and Anula just started moving things.
Oh, yeah. Anula is amazing. Like I was noticing some tendencies within like working with Anula because like I'm an Anula geek. Like I have like years, different years of like this is 2017 Anula, and this is like I'm super
And
geeky about Anula,
it
and
and
I
it
have
was
it
made
from a
in,
bunch of different sources, and
yeah,
and
it's
uh,
sweet.
the thing that I started noticing, and it could be because of what it does to the breath, and it could be because of like how it impacts the bronchioles. It also impacts cardiovascular function.
Hmm.
It takes some of the tension out of the heart and helps with like arrhythmias and a little bit of tachycardia, things like that. But it's an antispasmodic for the smooth muscle. So technically it works on the bronchial, so it could also work on the digestive tract. So you might have gotten a byproduct of that. But I also started noticing it might be in my head, but I think it has some pain relieving properties to it.
Mhm.
And when you look at the chemistry, it's like, eh. But when you look at what it does to the body, it does kind of ease pain a little bit. And if you combine it with a couple other things, like it enhances things that are pain relieving, like helichrysum or Roman chamomile or something like that.
Mm,
If you mix them together, all of a sudden everybody works together. Like everybody works together a little bit better. And so
okay.
I've been playing with it as a component of a pain reliever, but I'm still tweaking it. I still haven't quite gotten it where I want, but um, how there's
I'm happy
the
to be a
there
prototyper.
you go. But like how the travel guard is like kind
Yeah.
of if I had to travel and I only had a couple of oils, like for respiratory and prevention of infectious airborne diseases and mouthwash and all of that. Like I want to do that for the digestive system, but I also want to do that. I mean, in a way, we already have that for pain with
Hmm.
Pain Soothe, but uh, I'm always open to stepping up the game in that area a little bit more.
That's great.
Mhm.
Super.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing. I'm
There's,
glad
there's
you're in a Nula geek. I might join that club too. So we
right,
have
I
the
know.
Sitka and the Anula Club. Okay.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
club meets
Right,
every
right, right.
Tuesday. Well, on the Anula though, one of the things I've found, because I'm not a geek like you, but I love Anula, is it really helps my sinuses, and my sinuses are very stress related.
Hmm.
And like when it relieves that, I feel like it relieves that stress and
It
oppression.
helps to like shred the stress.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
also is often what causes my headaches. And
Right.
so just adding to
Yeah.
the awesomeness of
Yeah.
Anula, I guess.
And it's probably mechanical stress. Like, because you
Mhm.
have that injury there and then uh
Yeah, and I haven't even worked Anula on that, so maybe
yeah,
I'll try at some point.
interesting.
Mhm. Let me just see if anybody else had any shares or questions.
With
Yeah, go ahead,
this
Dan.
one too, I felt a lot of cobwebs on the face kind of thing. So
Hmm.
that's stuff moving out, right?
Hmm. Yeah. He was saying he was feeling a lot of cobwebs up there. Like part of sinus issues, we think of like, okay, the sinuses or the ears or even if you do like, physical things, you go, okay, I'm gonna work the points above and below the eyes, along the nose and under the cheekbones. But you also have what you call trigeminal neuralgia, which I've been talking about, where the nerves come out here, they come down out here, and then down on the chin. And so it's trigeminal means three spots, and so it's not always all three spots, but a lot of times with sinus issues, you do get nerve inflammation in your face. And so you do have like this weird tension in your face. And I find that treating the face sometimes brings me more relief than actually treating the sinuses. I know that sounds weird, but like sometimes if I take the tension out of the face, all of a sudden my sinuses open up. And it kind of makes sense, because if all of this is inflamed, as much as you try to make it work right, inflammation is really slowing down all the processes or tension or whatever it might be. So if you open all of the face up and then, you keep inhaling, pretty soon it starts penetrating and you start getting better effects. And another area that you don't really think about for sinus issues is the side of your head. Like trigger points along the side of the head in the temporalis muscle will radiate down in with like sinus issues and cause pain in your teeth. And so you'll have like weird like teeth pain And you might not feel the sinuses so much, but you're like, God, my teeth ache, or my this one tooth hurts or something. And it's still related to the sinuses, but it's because the jaws are tight and your neck's having to work to elevate the rib cage, and it just throws everything into spasm. And again, tension in the face just starts to go crazy, and it just makes you kind of miserable because the whole face is involved with just this like sinus issue. And so there again, we think about it from a point of view of chasing after a symptom, and we go, okay, I'm going to focus on the sinuses, I'm going to focus on the mucus or the inflammation. And yes, that can be helpful, but sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And then you go, well, why does it work? And sometimes it does and it doesn't. But when you start like looking at it in a holistic way and you're going, okay, what other areas are being affected or are contributing? And then you start unwinding this, and then you look at it from the point of view of the nervous system, and you're looking at these neurological loops, some sort of dysfunction, disease, chronic, anything that's chronic, it's in a loop, right? So then you start breaking the body out of the loop. Your body starts going into a deeper level of healing, a deeper level of rest and repair. And your body starts resolving some of these things that we think we need to stimulate and treat. Your body just starts going, oh, yeah, I got this. Now that you've freed me up and let me out of the cage, out of this loop, I can go through and I can treat all these things. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Teresa.
I I don't know if this is the right timing for this, but just as you were talking and I was reflecting on our exchange, it'd be really great if we could do one of these for the psoas region. Because that's a
Oh, we
real.
are with the muscle, like when we do muscle and fascia.
Oh, we are going to. Okay,
Mhm.
fantastic.
Yeah, 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 yeah. The psoas is, it has its own, the psoas, the diaphragm, the sternocleidomastoid. Um,
Hmm.
they also have a weird connection to the astral body.
Hmm.
And so part of the issue isn't always like physical. Another good example of why to treat in a holistic way is that sometimes the tensions, they might be of the body or a byproduct of things with the body, but it actually might be some sort of astral influence as well. And, that idea of like, if your body doesn't feel safe, like because of a chaotic environment or somebody's coming at you a lot, or you're in situations where there's conflict, or you have to drive in traffic, really bad traffic every day. I mean, could even be financial issues where you might not even have an issue, but there's the threat of like, the job might go away at the end of the year. What's going on with the economy? I'm going to retire, and whatever it is, the body just sees that is not all those details. It just goes, I don't feel safe. It feels chaotic. And so it tightens up to protect the spine. And one of the areas that really tightens up is the psoas. And
Hmm.
so um, it's not always just a muscular issue. Sometimes there's like these things that you have to unwind in the body. And for men, it can even impact the prostate, and for women, it can definitely impact their cycle. I had probably a half dozen cases when I was doing therapy full time, where women came in, like in their 30s, sometimes they're even like late 20s, and they're like, I haven't had a cycle for like 5 or 6 months, and they're trying. The doctor would play with like hormones and birth control and all these things. And, they were talking about like, can we do healing, or is there oils or herbs that we could use? And I was like, well, let's just see what I could do. I'd start sweeping their psoas right off the bat. And I think 5 out of 6 within 15 minutes started having their period. And then the last one, it was the end of the session. Like it was crazy. Like, and it was just tension in the psoas throws a whole kind of weird dysfunction into like hormone levels and function of the urinary tract, and there's all kinds of things that the psoas will do. And so, I mean, we really could do in the muscle class, the muscle and fascia, like a good half day or a day just on the psoas. I mean, honestly,
Oh, yeah.
in therapy, amongst the physical therapists and osteopaths I used to hang out, we used to refer to it as the prankster because it causes all kinds of pranks in the body. Oh, I have appendicitis. No, just your psoas. Oh, I have, like lady cycle issues. Nope, just your psoas. Oh, I have a urinary tract. Nope, just your psoas. All kinds of things would happen with the psoas. Yeah,
Mm,
yeah,
cool. Look forward to that class.
yeah, yeah.
Is that the next system class we're doing?
I don't know. Yeah, we haven't. I don't know that I think we're doing immune.
Oh,
next.
yeah, we are doing immune next.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think those were the questions and shares for that bit.
Okay, so how about okay, no other questions or anything. So how about we'll come back at like 25 after, and we're going to tackle some of this, but in the vagal tone section. So we're going to go back and revisit vagal tone, but we're going to up our game in vagal tone. Hey, everybody. So, I hope you're processing this weekend good. We talk about respiratory stuff quite often, and cold and flu seasons, maybe a few months away, but still being able to have the ability to go through and treat these things is always an asset. But you know, we keep refining the information that we present to you guys, and we try to keep making it like simpler and easier to understand. And one of the things that I try to do is to edit myself, because like my original version of these notes, I look at all these sections, it's like so much information, you could easily get lost and forget even why you started, you know opening up the book and what you were trying to treat. So I tried to trim down and just give you like the meat and potatoes of things. And there's still other conditions that um, didn't make the list, but it's an ongoing process. And so we'll still be adding things and upgrading it, and eventually there'll be more information of like supplements and herbs, and we're even looking at the thing of integrating things like trigger point activity in some of these areas, because you go to coughs, there's trigger points in the neck that actually cause coughs. And if you look at like the bladder issues where you have frequency issues, or like you have like the urge to go and it happens often, there's a lot of different reasons why it can happen, but there's also trigger points that cause that frequency and that urgency. And they're more on the abdomen, even up by the ribs. They're not necessarily just in down by your pelvis or something. And so I'm trying to pull in these different pieces of information and present it in a way to make it easier for you to treat something without having to look at a bunch of different things to pull it together. And so even in this booklet, like pulling together like vagal tone and like enhancing the function of the system like we did earlier in the year, and just like the overview of what the respiratory system is and the anatomy and the physiology, all of it that is there. But also, like we've done this weekend, we've talked about the respiratory system a lot, but we can always deepen the practice or the approach that we use in going through and doing these things. And a lot of times we're practicing things that might work together, but we practice them independently so that we're not just trying to go through steps. We're trying to develop an ability or like an awareness to be able to go through and really make it work, right? And so, as we've gone through and we've practiced all these things and we've talked about them independently, part of what we're doing now, like in this weekend, and part of what we're doing with the mentoring program is we're going to be combining these things, which was always the intention, and starting to come at these things in a very multifaceted way, but pulling the information together and then developing the ability. Like here, we've used the materialization breath a lot, but that little nuance seems very simple. If you don't have the body awareness down, it's not that potent. Like it's just like doing the materialization breath. So spending a bunch of time developing your ability with practicing awareness on the body and practicing awareness in situations and being able to shift your awareness from concentration to awareness, all of that enhances the healing potential. But then we can start matching it with other things and deepening the process. And so, here we're doing a version of the advanced materialization breath for healing the body or particular, whatever pattern might be going on. But, in the work with the angels, there's an angel version of it, and the nuances are a little bit different, right? And so, it has more of a psychological impact. And so, still the same materialization breath, but your attention is at different places. And so we'll be exploring that in the guardian angel class, but we'll be integrating it when we do deeper angel work. But, the idea of the guardian angel class is about being able to enhance the body's ability to heal here and then the ability to heal the environment, right? That's part of what Jupiter is. It's about bringing presence and um, being able to prosper and being able to heal. That is the meat and potatoes of deeper aspects of Jupiter. Aligning with that guardian angel is just the mechanisms of how it all happens. And so, I want to keep expanding on the thing that we did this weekend because, like I said, we've talked about the respiratory system a bunch, but with the approach that we did this weekend, very different approach. We've used and looked at oils as like kind of a symptom oriented thing, and this is good for this and this is good for that. Then we step away from that. We look at like how to treat the system or the vibration of the body. We've looked at how to treat it in the auric program and how the energetic mold will affect our physiology and our anatomy and all those kinds of things. And here we're taking it a step deeper and really utilizing that idea of materialization to deepen the effect, right? And the thing that I would say, like here, we're doing materialization just with the materialization breath. But even when you look at the act of materializing light, it's not just the materialization breath. There's still other steps, right? If you look at the aspect of the blood, there's four aspects of bringing in light, or there's four aspects of light. And so we're practicing one aspect of it, but there's still other aspects. But first, let's get good at this. This is a big piece. If we don't get this one down, the other pieces kind of don't matter. So we're gonna still practice our technique, And we're going to do it on an aspect of vagal tone. And on the middle of page 11, we're going to go to letter B, and we're going to do breathing rhythm. So with breathing rhythm, you really kind of have two pieces to it. Breathing rhythm, for one, is the rate of breathing, right? Like if you're breathing very fast and very rapidly, you have body tension, your body's in fight flight, you're stressed out, your body's not able to rest and repair, right? So we want to slow that down and we want to regulate it. And then the other part is the strength of the breath. Like sometimes we might not have rapid breathing, but we have shallow breathing. We're not breathing very deep. If we get a little bit of an exposure to an allergen or we get a little mucus in our lungs aren't functioning strong enough to be able to expel out the mucus or to breathe deep when the air quality might not be the best or when the body is tired or when there's a lot of body tension. If the breath starts getting weaker, our body doesn't usually do very well, right? So here in the breathing rhythm, we have benchmark time, red time, white time, time serpulette, spike time, cassia, and cinnamon. In the kit for purchase, you also have respiratory lullaby. And so respiratory lullaby kind of does both. It's calming to the respiratory rate, but it strengthens the respiratory rate. Like it strengthens the breath, like it makes the breath stronger, right? And the other thing that I would say about respiratory lullaby is that if we have infection and there's pain, it actually reduces the pain that's caused in the lungs or the respiratory tract. I found even in the sinuses sometimes it will reduce some of the pain. And so it's calming to the breath, it's calming to the body, but it's calming to the respiratory tract. It's soothing to the respiratory tract. It's strengthening and toning to the respiratory tract. And if there's pain related, it actually is calming and soothing to that, right? So you can use some form of thyme, some form of cinnamon. If you just want to calm down the rate that you're breathing, like for anxiety or something like that, you would use either lang lang or you would use spikenard. Lang lang or spikenard, and then the other one you could use is well, respiratory lullaby will work for that as well, but you could probably even use vagal tone. Vagal tone would probably work for that as well.
So are you saying they could right now even use the Ling Ling spike note
Mhm.
ankle top? Right?
Mhm. Okay, so we're going to do a little bit of both. You know how we did the thing where we did the materialization breath and we did the practicing awareness. We're going to do all of that, but we're also going to do a pattern. So we're going to do a little bit of everything. So first off, just be aware of your lungs and notice like your breath. Is it fast? Is it slow? Is it strong? So one of the ways you could go to the lungs, but one of the ways that I do it is I go to the nostrils and I just kind of monitor the breath as the air moves in and out of the nostril. And the other thing that you'll notice, like when you do that, is how erratic the breath is. That's normal. But you think you just go, oh, I inhale, exhale all the time, but you notice your breath is all over the place, right? So you're just putting your awareness on the nostrils. And you're not even really putting your awareness anywhere. Just take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths with whatever oil that you chose. In through the nose, out through the mouth. And when you're done, be still. And you're just being still. Now, we're exploring respiratory rhythm. And so this is what I would say. If you can, your diaphragm is at the bottom of your ribs. If you can put your awareness on the bottom of the ribs and kind of tap into the diaphragm, do that. If you can't, go to the back solar plexus. Like if you're like, oh, I don't know if I'm hitting the diaphragm or not, then go to the back solar plexus, which is the mid back area. But whichever one, either the diaphragm or the back solar plexus, your awareness is there. You're not inhaling yet. Your awareness is just on this area. Now you're going to hold the oil to your chest, chin down, do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Every time you're down and inhaling into the oil, you're inhaling either into the diaphragm or the back solar plexus. And you're just being still. You're being aware. You're letting everything go. And your awareness is on your diaphragm or your back solar plexus. You're just observing for a moment. And before we even do the materialization breath, just take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths with the oils into either the diaphragm or the back solar plexus. And then just let it go for a moment. Hmm. Using the lullaby, respiratory lullaby. Okay, your awareness is still on the diaphragm or the back solar. And you're going to put the bottle to your chest, chin down, inhale with your awareness on that area, let go, up, exhale. So 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Observe your body. Where do you feel something happening? Where do you feel a glitch, a heaviness, an agitation? Is it still in the diaphragm area or is it somewhere else? Wherever it's at, you're observing. Wherever your awareness is on your body, wherever that's agitation is, you're keeping your awareness there. Your chin goes down to your chest, bottle to your chest, 8 or 9 inhalations, inhaling into that area. Inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale. Down, inhale with your awareness on that area, up, exhale. You're just being still. Your awareness is on your back throat, the middle of the back of your neck, and you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the back throat. Take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. But your awareness is now in the back solar plexus, the mid back area. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the navel. Oh, yeah. The bottom of the tailbone. Just pause and be still and just let everything go. Pay attention to your body. Where do you feel something in the body? It could even be an emotion or a thought that arises in the mind. Wherever it is you feel something, just simply inhale into that area. You don't have to do the materialization breath, but just inhale. Let's just call that good. Your body is very much deep in a healing process right now. You know, the combination of practicing the body awareness, the combination of doing the pattern, and the combination of also doing the materialization breath, all focused in on that area. And then not just going after a symptom or an area, but like playing it out in the body. Your body, this is a way to jumpstart healing. And so, you know, here we're talking about the respiratory system, but you could do this with any of the systems. You could do this with any health issue that you were going after. You could also then put a body tonic on. You could also put an ointment on. You could also put nice ointment on with some nice pajamas and go to bed and curl up and sleep for, a crazy amount of time. And, sometimes when I don't feel good or my back hurts, if I can get like a really deep sleep, even for a couple hours, I wake up, I'm a different person. And so this is opening up the potential for even that. So if you have questions about this, but also if you want to apply it to different areas, doesn't have to be necessarily the respiratory system. Let's go ahead and open it up to shares and questions, and then questions about other ways you can apply this particular process. This isn't going to be the only time I talk about this process, by the way. There's still some other pieces to it, but this is really good for right now. They're really good for right now. I feel bad for Samantha, like she has to like type and do things right now because you look like you could.
Everybody else if they want.
Right. But it looks like you could take a blanket and go curl up on the bed or the couch and have a good day.
I mean, I knew I'd like that respiratory lullaby just by the name.
Right.
Yeah.
I was like, "Oh, I bet that's gonna be nice." And sure enough, I was
It's
pretty
nice, isn't it?
agitated,
Yeah. Yeah.
before we started, and then it just kind of got a little like, feel like I'm on some like waves, but like chill waves.
Yeah.
Like the whole time, it was just like, oh, okay, okay.
It's very nice.
Yes, that was sweet. That was very nice.
Every time I closed my eyes, it's like I went right back into the zone.
Right. You went
Yeah.
back into like sleep
Just
or
went
whatever, like,
right
ugh.
It's like,
Yeah.
Go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, Peggy.
Hi, I'm actually asking for a friend because it didn't seem to have many people saying anything yet. But he's recovering from just awful, you name it, septic, coming off of IV antibiotics, the whole 9 yards.
What's going on?
He had a UTI, he went septic. He's been
Oh,
on
gotcha.
IV antibiotics and now he's got a little touch of cancer. And I mean, it's a mess, but he just wanted to know some oil's good for fatigue because I'm going to take him some tomorrow.
For fatigue?
Yeah.
Well, fatigue could be a lot of different things there.
Oh, for sure.
And I would say that probably even rest is probably more important than just trying to get his strength up. Like with being septic, and he has a little bit of, like you said, he's got cancer. Where's his cancer at?
I'm not sure.
Hmm.
So, and he's very body aware, he's, um, so he understands. So just,
Well, I'd say there's no magic bullet, but like when I look at him, his adrenals are very depleted. That he's got a UTI and depleted adrenals, and he's dealing with cancer. It's not going to be a magic bullet. It's not going to be quick, but I would say starting with like Sylvester pine, like different kinds of pine, but especially Sylvester pine. Could still be white pine, still could be black pine, but Sylvester would be my first choice. That kind of hits. It's good for the vagal tone of the urinary tract. It's good for elevating cortisone levels in the body, reducing inflammation. It is good for strengthening and toning the adrenals. And it's one of the oils that has like an anti-cancer effect. I would say that the fatigue also is a depletion of the immune system. And so I would say strengthening the immune system, but that would be more than just like an oil or two. That would be like kind of a process that needs to be set up to treat him over a period of time. It's not just like I got to get the energy levels back up. It's really you got to rehab his immune system and strengthen it so that he has energy, but he also his body can fight off the cancer and also not be prone to infections like it is. And so you could start with Sylvester Pine, but it would probably need to be a little bit more involved than just an oil or two.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure that that was just the one. Is Sylvester Pine the one that the bottle that says pine?
Yeah, yeah, that would work. Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that, and that'll give him
So
just
3 or 4 drops on his wrist, like probably 2 to 3 times a day.
okay.
Mhm.
We'll start there. I mean, at this point, anything is better than nothing, and I've got it right here in my hand. So, yeah, because I was thinking cinnamon because that's a get up and go thing, but he,
Yeah, yeah. I mean that jump starts the body, but like he has fatigue for like reasons, and I would start treating the reasons rather than just trying to
yeah.
address the fatigue. Yeah.
Okay, so the magic bottle of Sylvester Pine will be the start.
Yeah, it would be a good place to start. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so
You're
much.
so welcome.
And a question, was the Bagel Tone Blend a suggestion oil for this process?
No, no.
Would oh, sorry, specifically, would
I mean, it would be okay for slowing down the breath, but as far as like strengthening the breath and, like spikenard and lang lang would slow down a rapid breath, but doesn't necessarily strengthen the breath. Vagal tone would slow down the breath somewhat. So like when I said no, like would be yes in that area. But as far as strengthening the breath, it wouldn't necessarily strengthen the breath.
Would time thuyonol, time geranol, or Moroccan thyme work in this process?
They're a little too soft. I mean, they will have an impact, but they would be like B or C choices. So the ones that I listed there, the benchmark time, red time, white time, time serpolet, and spike time, they're much stronger forms of time. And so here you're trying to strengthen the breath and respiratory rate, and the other times don't quite do that like the way these do. So
Thank you. I think you knocked a lot of people out here, Greg, with that last process. That was a nice one to end on, though.
yeah, like how is that for you? And
Yeah, it was really, actually, I'm glad, it was hard for me to like do the like I was kept like, "Ugh, I'm out of it." Like I think I fell asleep actually.
you did fall asleep for a little bit. Yeah. Not for very long, but like you kind of
Because because of something you said, and I was like, did I miss something? And I looked back at the transcript and I was like, yeah, I missed a little something.
yeah.
So
And how about for you, Dan?
Oh, yeah, see, I'm still like out
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of fell asleep a few times.
Yeah.
Kept going in and out,
And,
yeah.
and keep in mind, like we're not just trying to eradicate a symptom here. We're trying to stimulate the body's ability to repair itself or heal itself. And that is not done by just simply chasing a symptom. You're unwinding things and you're bringing consciousness, like conscious awareness to these different areas. And in doing so, you go into this deep level of healing where it's like it's a Sunday. Don't ask me to do anything because it's not going to happen, and your body goes in repair mode. So, you can sit and rest, you can relax on the couch, you can go to bed early, you'll probably sleep well, but sometimes I'll even go really deep going, oh God, It's probably going to take me a day or two to come out of it. And 2 hours later, I'm like, okay, I got energy. I got to go do whatever. And then sometimes I sleep for 10 or 12 hours, so depending on how much needs to be healed, when the body kind of addresses it, you might have more energy and get up and go in a few hours and 3 or 4 hours. You might be in a rest mode for like a day or two. You still can function, but still, like you can tell your body's repairing. And so, yeah, in the old days, I still might get something done, but I would call those soft days. I'm gonna do some stuff, but I'm also gonna probably take a nap. I'm probably gonna take a salt bath. Probably gonna go to bed early. Like I would have my list of the things that we're gonna do, but the things that I was gonna relax and do was usually longer than my to-do list, you know. So this isn't something you have to do every time, but when you really want deep healing, this is a go-to thing. I mean, we'll still we'll still add some nuances to it, but it doesn't make it massively longer, but it does kind of pull some things together and just makes it a very concentrated effort in a particular area. And so, over time, I'll just keep unfolding this so that it's not overwhelming as we go through and do these processes.
And go ahead, Peggy.
And just personally, I learned again so much this weekend, and I'm so very relaxed. So
Oh,
thank
good.
you so
You're
much.
so welcome.
It's great.
Yeah, good.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, Teresa.
So the weekend rounded out with a nice nap and 3 bottle drops on red myrtle. So thank you.
I was shooting for 5, so I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, I wouldn't have expected it all. Can you tell me a little bit more about red myrtle? Because that was so different from the green. And of course, I know they're
Oh
different.
yeah, red myrtle is sometimes they call it what do they call that? Moroccan myrtle. But
Okay.
all the myrtles are very good for the respiratory tract. Red myrtle is especially good for the sinuses, and it actually is very good for improving vagal function, vagal tone specific to the sinuses.
Okay.
And so, plus I just think it's delicious. Like you know, every time I start playing with the myrtles, I'm like, God, why don't I play with myrtle more? It's,
Yeah.
I would say all of the different myrtles have, because there's like 7 of them, 6 or 7 of them. There's lemon, there's the red, the green, the standard, there's aniseed myrtle. Feel like I'm leaving one out. Green. Anyway, all of them good for the respiratory tract.
Honey?
Oh yeah, honey myrtle. There you go. Honey myrtle is a lot sweeter. It smells like a flower. Um, but all of them relax the diaphragm, they relax the bronchioles to a certain extent. But then they start to have their nuances where red myrtle, a little bit better for the sinuses, green myrtle, very good for inflammation. Green myrtle is one of the best things you can use for pneumonia. Um, and then the other thing about green myrtle is it's also used in cosmetics, along with like helichrysum and cistus. The green myrtle is used for its kind of like anti-inflammatory properties. And so it gets blended into, different cosmetics. Certain companies use it. They're usually a little bit more European or more of the green cosmetics, but between that and helichrysum, cistus is used for its astringent properties for firming up the skin and everything. But yeah, the red myrtle is, eucalyptus polybroct is good for the sinuses. Rosemary verbena incredibly good for the sinuses. But I'd say I'd put red myrtle right up there with rosemary verbena. And then the other kind of sleeper on that is Neoli. Neoli can be quite good
Mhm.
for the sinuses. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
And then I know we were doing improv yesterday, but with the cystis and the tailbone, did we just do tailbone or did we do other parts of the body?
What were we doing yesterday? With
Sorry,
the
it was
tailbone thing.
Sitka. It was Sitka. Sitka. I don't know why I said cystis, but it
Oh,
was yesterday.
when we started with the basic chakra, the bottom of the tailbone.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, that's a good one to do. Um,
I just didn't write down the parts of the body because I was so into
well,
it.
that we were kind of exploring, and it was more about practicing awareness.
Okay.
And we would start with the basic just being the starting point. And
Yep.
so, like the thing with that is, we were looking at it from the point of view of like infection and respiratory infection, fighting off potential infections, things like that. And so a lot of that is back hard and a lot of that is basic. And so we started at the basic, but with the idea of just unwinding whatever might start to come your way, like
Hmm.
you have the hip that bothers you a bit. And so you can start
Hmm.
there, and instead of going up into the respiratory tract, you can just go deeper
Hmm.
into the hip.
Okay.
You could also do it with other things. You could do it with galbanum, or you could do it with a pain blend or something like that.
Hmm.
Uh, you might even think about like trying it with like wintergreen or something helichrysum, something
Okay.
might be kind of spikenard's always a good choice or vetiver and
Hmm.
have it be more about the hip than it is about, the whole
Okay.
respiratory thing. The idea was to kind of practice like that body awareness. I was kind of leading up to like doing what we were doing today. And it was like, I wanted to have like practice of like feeling the body and then feeling as we go through and we do a process, what happens to the body. And you're kind of like going, okay, I'm being an investigator. Where is this pattern going in my body? And then you just kind of follow the leads, of where
Hmm.
it goes. And so you can really do it with any sort of condition. We were doing respiratory stuff, but if you're dealing with like a pain syndrome or something like that, you can start on the chakra or you can start on the body part
Hmm.
and just focus on that. Inhale a few times and then practice awareness and go, okay, where does this go? Like I think Janet, I think that was Jane, I think it was Jane. She said, like, we were doing something up in the respiratory system and went down into her foot, her big toe, but she has a bit of a thing up her leg and into the low back. And so, you know, who knows what contributed to what, but that's part of
Hmm.
her personal pattern. It might not be the pattern for you, but for her, that's what it is. And so, you know, being able to observe and like unwind that, you know, for one, you're bringing the body to a deeper level of balance, but you're stimulating the healing process like specific for you, which
Hmm.
is what I like. Like is, if you're gonna unwind it, like let's do it specific, and so, you know, you could grab something and go down the rabbit hole.
Cool.
Yeah. So it's kind of part observation, part experimentation, part applying the things that we've already done, and seeing where it goes.
Super. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You might even try rosemary for that for you.
Okay.
Like rosemary verbena, something like that.
Yep.
Good for the hips, good for circulation, good for, the tone of the sympathetic nerve. And
Hmm.
that you have like a hip issue, there's always going to be a little bit of a nerve issue there. And so you could try that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Thank you.
you're so welcome.
Great weekend.
Good, I'm glad you enjoyed.
Someone's asking, can one use this last procedure we just did for trauma or fear? And which specific oil or your oils?
For trauma or fear, like, do we know what the fear is about, or is it like just unconscious fear, or is it fear about a specific event or a certain tendency, or trauma in general, or about a specific event?
A specific event.
With a specific event, you could do the process, but I'd probably use different oils. I'd probably use like helichrysum, poplar, um, Cape chamomile, German chamomile. Um, if you have that Storms blend, I might use the Storms blend for that. Ginger lily, I might use ginger lily. You know what runs through my head for this person is also mugwort. You might try mugwort for this. It wouldn't be a thing I would suggest all the time, but for what you're talking about, it might be helpful in this process.
They said great.
Yeah.
So that kind of makes me wonder. So like we have an event doing this new materialization. Obviously, when our head's down, are we just thinking about the event? Like in breathing up in?
Yeah, so okay, very good point. Like if you're thinking of a past event, like how we did, like your awareness is on your body, like some area, and your awareness is there and you're inhaling, it could be an event instead. Like, or it even could be an emotion or a thought. When your head's down and you're hailing, you're thinking of the thought, you're thinking of the emotion, you're thinking of the past event, the active situation, the person, whatever it is. When it's down and you're inhaling, your awareness is there. And then exhale, come back down, think of that situation again as you inhale. And then exhale, and whatever it is, the event, the person, the situation, you just keep doing it that way. Yeah.
And then could a modified or other version be like we are like do situational awareness, see that, and then be aware of our body and like where it kind of hits us in our body, and then breathe the materialization like, okay, I hit my liver, so
Right.
oh,
So like if I talk that out, like you go, okay, there was an event with this person. So you think of the event and you practice awareness there. You could inhale the oil on that person, that situation, right? Like we've done in the past. And then you still could do the materialization breath on the situation or the person. And then you let go. And then you come back and you go, okay, now where do I feel it in my body? And you take a couple of minutes and you explore your body and you go, oh, I feel it in my liver or wherever it is. And so then your awareness is on your liver, and then inhale, awareness on the liver, and then you do it like that. So yeah, you could totally do it in any version of that.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really excited
It
about
takes
this.
practice, but once you start to get practice down, for me, it's like almost a little bit addictive. I'm like, I'm gonna do that thing again. Like, because man, it I like when I say it moves things, it just I move away from the thing that is upsetting or irritating or hurtful or painful or agitating. And whatever that situation is, it may shift that situation, it may not, but whatever it is, I work through whatever I need to work through to be okay with that situation. And if it's a really big situation that happened, I have some things that like was over 15 or 20 years or something. And so, you know, it keeps getting better and better, but I do have to revisit some of those things. But when I go back, it's almost like, yeah, this is an issue because I remember it's an issue, but it really doesn't bug me. But I also want it really far in my rear view mirror. Like I don't want to have to look back at this at all. And so I keep working some of my old things. Yeah.
And the person who had asked before said, great, much thanks.
Hmm.
Is green myrtle an antiviral or just for inflammation?
All oils have kind of an antiviral, antibacterial. It's not a super strong antiviral. It's more for inflammation and dealing with the fluid when it comes to pneumonia. Yeah.
Could you use green myrtle for a skin wound, same as you would use helichrysum?
No, helichrysum would still be the thing to use. It's more about like the irritation in the skin, not necessarily like a wound. Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, you guys. Well, I hope you had a good weekend. It's very different than what you probably thought. But, the booklet is a reference guide and we have our processes and we can kind of integrate some of these things. If you have questions or anything, write them down. And Wednesday night we do have our study group. So remember there's the study group Wednesday night. And yeah. Hope you enjoyed.
Go ahead, Letty.
Hey, Letty.
Hi, Greg. Hi, Sam.
Hey, hey.
Sorry, I took a nap right there at the end. I'm sure you noticed, Sam, right?
You did good. Yeah. It's like, oh, nothing got posted. Oops. I fell asleep too. Oops.
Yeah. Greg, so sorry, this is a completely off topic. I was up from the respiratory. I had sent Sam a message, but I know we're always kind of like either napping or busy or whatever. So I was struggling with around my eyes again, like some dry spots. I don't know if it's like some form of eczema or something. And a
Like
couple of
right
years
under
ago,
your eye or right over your eye?
both under and on
Both.
top.
Yeah.
A couple of
Is it
years
like
ago
up here or on the eyelid?
on the eyelid.
Okay.
A couple of years ago, we were in Houston, I think, and you brought me to Manu. And I've been putting it on, but like if I just get a tad bit like in my eye, like, oh my God, it burns.
Yeah, I would probably treat it from the inside rather than trying to do topical. I mean, usually that's like a bit of an allergy.
Mm-hmm.
Can be, inflammation or stagnant lymph. And so I would do like quercetin. If you also want to treat allergies, Naoli, both inhaled and taken internally,
Okay.
and dark blue tansy,
Okay.
inhaled and taken internally. Um, it's probably going to be kind of hard to treat that area topically because,
Topically.
like,
Yes.
even if you just keep it on the skin, it kind of like still bleeds into the
Mhm.
eyes. And so, like, I do a thing where sometimes I put sandalwood here, because I go periods of time and I forget, like, I put it on my temples and
Uh-huh.
it gets in my eyes without me even touching anything. It just kind of, it's very penetrating. And
Mhm.
so Samantha will go, didn't that happen last time? And it's a very polite way of saying, yeah, you keep doing that over and over again. And if I did it with jojoba, it probably wouldn't do it. But like I put like just neat, like right on the
Yeah.
temple, and it still gets in my eyes. And so I would say anything really super close to the eyes is going to irritate the eyes pretty bad. So I would do quercetin, Neoli, inhale internal, Darglutanzi, inhale internal, and then even Eyebright, taking a dropper full of Eyebright a couple of times a day. That might be helpful. And I suspect even burdock. Burdock would probably be very good, because burdock's a very good cleanser and it's not super eye specific, but it goes to the areas that need to be cleaned up.
Mhm.
And burdock would be a super good cleanser.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't have the burdock and I don't have the eye bright. Are those?
Those are tinctures. Yeah.
Okay.
So, but you have probably Neoli and you probably have dark blue tansy. So
Yes.
start inhaling and a few drops internally a couple times a day.
Okay.
Do you have quercetin?
I do.
Yeah, yeah. Start popping quercetin too.
Yeah. I think the last time over, I was at your house. Sam had those gummy ones, so I ordered
Uh-huh.
those.
Yeah, they're good, huh?
They're good. Yeah, they're pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
So
like
I have
candy vitamin.
Yeah, it's adult candy vitamins.
yes, and I've been taking them, and that's why I'm kind of surprised that I'm still like struggling with it.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like if you're having allergies, your body needs more C than normal, and so sometimes you have to treat it over a period of time.
Okay.
Yeah,
You need more gummies.
yeah. And the other thing that I would say too is treat the liver.
The liver.
Do like hyssop decumbens generates like better excretions from the liver. Rosemary verbenin and helichrysum are also good for the liver.
Liver.
Things that are good for the liver, keep
Mhm.
working the liver because the liver will also affect the eyes and the area around the eyes.
Okay. I think I do have. Do you make like something with a liver blend?
Yeah, I make a liver blend and
I think
liver
I,
vagal tone. I make both of,
I think I
two,
have
two
a
different.
liver blend. I'm
Yeah.
gonna look to see here. I might have a liver blend. If I do have the liver, I'm not sure if that's what it's called, but I think I've seen something.
No, it's called liver blend. Yeah.
It is called liver blend. Okay.
And you take that internal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
That's what
2, 3 drops.
internal.
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. Thank you so much. Thank you
You're
guys.
so welcome. You're so welcome.